right, howdy, howdy, Twitch, howdy, howdy, YouTube. How we doing today? How we feeling? Welcome to the show. Jimmy Moreland here for you from veteranaudio.com, voice talent, audiobook narrator, and music producer. And today we're starting early. We're just feeling good, we're feeling good today. And we thought we'd get a start on the day and maybe get to some auditions early so that we could get to some audiobook work. We've had some cool news come our way in the last few days in the audiobook world. And what that really means is that we got work to do. We got to clear out the audiobook that we've been working on and be ready to move on to the next very, very cool and interesting project, which I'll be able to share more details about soon, I promise. But right now, we're getting into auditions. We're going to head over here to our normal view, Pro Tools on the left, voices.com, Voice123, and ACX on the right. Those are our main sources right now on this stream of how we get our voiceover and audiobook work. But big picture in the real world, if you will, a lot of our work comes from referrals and from other things that we're doing. But for the purposes of the stream, we're having fun on the pay-to-plays for voiceover, and then ACX, the zoo that is for audiobook work. We're starting out with auditions today just to help me warm up my voice a little bit. I do tend to be quite a night owl, and I'm my own boss, so I can set my own hours, which does mean I get started a little bit later than a lot of other folks out there working a regular 9 to 5. And that does mean that in the 10 a.m. hour that we're in now, I haven't done a lot of talking yet today. I have my sort of standard, like, get up, check emails, and do breakfast, and do yeah. But I haven't really been chatting too much. My lady was out running errands this morning, so it's not like I've had a full conversation with anybody. But here I am talking to you folks. So we're going to warm up our voice by just going through some auditions. What better way to do that? And then once we feel like we're fully warmed up, we should be ready to go right into some real audiobook production. So that'll be coming. But let's jump right into it. Automotive e-commerce paid meta ad. Let's take a look here. This is first person on behalf of FCP Euro. Here's an ad we're currently running in the same light, look, and feel. Let's take a look. We love this.
For cars new and old.
Okay, we get a sense. Let's just roll right into it. Here are 3 reasons why FCP Euro is the one-stop shop for your European car. Number 1, quality car parts you can trust for the car you love. Our ever-growing catalog of over 200... I realize I reset my levels last night because I was doing a conference call, and I had to really boost my gain up. So let's do this here. Here are 3 reasons why FCP Euro is the one-stop shop for your European car. Number 1, quality car parts you can trust for the car you love. Our ever-growing catalog of over 275,000 in-stock parts contains a range of options for top... Let's go ahead and punch and roll that. 175,000 in-stock car... 175,000 in-stock parts contains a range of options from top quality... 175,000 in-stock... 175,000 in-stock parts contains a range of options from top quality manager. 175,000 in-stock parts contains a range of options from top quality manufacturers of OE, OEM, and aftermarket parts, as well as genuine... Okay, so that's a continuation. OEM and aftermarket parts, as well as genuine factory... OEM and aftermarket parts, as well as genuine factory replacement options from BMW, OEM and aftermarket parts, as well as genuine factory replacement options from BMW, Volvo, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, and more. Meaning the parts you order are designed not only to fit your car, but to last just like they would right off the assembly line. Let's read that line again. Are designed not only to fit your car, but to last just like they would right off the assembly line. Number 2, find what you need without breaking the bank. We ensure our prices are competitive, and we clearly find what you need without breaking the bank. We ensure our prices are competitive, and we clearly point out where you find what you need without breaking the bank. We ensure our prices are competitive, and we clearly point out where you can save some cash buying an OE or OEM option versus the pricier factory-branded version. Buying an OE or OEM option versus the pricier factory-branded version of the exact same... Got some sinus noise coming through. Buying an OE or OEM option versus the pricier factory-branded version of the exact same part, so you aren't sacrificing quality for a good deal. All right. This script is timed out just right. It comes in right at about a minute. Obviously, if we book the job, the full script will be a bit longer. Obviously, there's more to go. But this client understands that the standard for voiceover is 50 to 60 seconds. So they understood that, and so that's all they gave us in the copy. So definitely appreciate that. This client knows what's up. And would you look at that? We came in at 54 seconds. So definitely appreciate this client for knowing their stuff. Automotive, e-commerce. Well, we're going to call this FCP. FCP Euro. Here we go. Reply to job. And then we have to find our... Hello? Oh God, is this going somewhere else? Where did this go? It's saving on the wrong drive right now. Okay, let's go back to here. Bounces. Auditions. There. Bounce it again. And now we should be able to find it right away. Here. There it is. FCP Euro. Come on. There we go. All right, next up. Roofing inbound. This is a telephone. Thank you for calling QFL Roofing, where we nail it every time, literally. Funny version? Okay. Serving Central Florida. Not a particularly strong accent, generally speaking, and they're not looking for one. God, we're only at 90%. We're going to skip this one. We're going to try to be really like fast and efficient today. And that includes passing on things I know I'm going to pass on. This client, just the things that they're looking for never seem to match up with us, and I'm not interested in the budgets that they work with, so I'm going to pass on those. Vintage-inspired infomercial. I might try it. Rick James tour ad. That's almost certainly not going to be me. Here, an audiobook. Am I going to have to bring out the calculator? Looks like, yeah. This doesn't, I wouldn't call this egregious, but I am going to bring up the calculator and we'll just sort of walk through. Here's the calculator right here. Okay, here's our audiobook calculator. Let's get this centered here. Okay. Budget. Let's assume the very highest end of the budget. Let's assume $9.99. Except this is voices.com, and voices.com takes 20% off the top. So let's just assume a flat $800. That's what's going to go into our pocket. Now, we have a word count of 60,000. 60,000. Our per finished hour rate is $124 per finished hour. Now, if you're a new narrator, it's going to take you about 8 hours to produce one finished hour. So yes, that does mean that this 6.5 hour book is going to take you over a week solid of work. And you're probably going to have to spread that over several weeks. So you're going to spend several weeks of actual time to earn $800. And if you break all that down, you're earning about $15.50 an hour, which is roundabout minimum wage in Maine, where I live. Now, if you live somewhere with a higher cost of living, which is a lot of places because Maine is pretty reasonable, yeah, you're going to have a hard time paying the bills at $15.50 an hour. So that's why we built the calculator here, to show you that, oh, like, look at this huge budget. You got to consider how much work you're going to have to do to actually earn that money. So this is, I'm sorry, I don't mean any personal offense to this client, but this is doo-doo. This is doo-doo work right here. We're gonna report this for basically being a minimum wage job. This job is roughly minimum wage for new narrators. This belongs on Fiverr, Upwork, not voices.com. And that is how I feel. Like, if you don't have a real budget for your audiobook, like producing an audiobook, it's a lot of work and it's exceedingly skilled labor. Audiobook narrators are doing 5 people's jobs at once. And if you think you can get away with paying minimum wage for that kind of skilled labor, 30 years ago, you would be paying 5 different people an exceedingly good rate to do the work. You'd be paying an engineer, a director, an editor, maybe a mix or mastering engineer. You'd be paying studio fees for the physical space where the recording was happening. Oh, and then there's the audiobook narrator. And you'd be paying all of those people really, really good rates. So nowadays, you're getting a hell of a deal by paying $250 per finished hour to a narrator, because you're not paying extra studio fees. You're not paying all of these different individuals. You just got to pay one person a fair market rate, and it's a hell of a value. But thinking you can get away with paying someone minimum wage for exceedingly skilled labor, get out of here with that. Like obviously you don't value your own project. You don't want professional narration on your project if that's your budget for your audiobook. You don't give a shit about your own work, and you don't give a shit about the listeners who are going to be consuming your work. Like, I would assume that if it came time to print your book, you're probably spending some money. You're probably spending some money with a press to get good quality hardcover and paperback, and maybe you spent some money on like layout and design so that the ebook looks really nice. And then you're going to cheap out on the audiobook. Like that's a forever version of your product. You know, hardcovers and paperbacks, those are gonna wilt. They're gonna get worn as they get read through. The spines are gonna break. The pages are gonna tear. The audiobook is forever, so long as Amazon servers are up. The audiobook is potentially forever. So why not get it right just the once, and then your listeners, for potentially in perpetuity, forever, are going to be able to enjoy a good telling of your story. But instead, you want to save a little bit of money, so you offer minimum wage, and then you get an inexperienced narrator whom you're taking advantage of by paying them so little, and you don't get a product that's as good as it could be. Your choice, I guess. All right, what's that email? We got, okay, we're not interested in that. Let's take a look at this. Brand spot, Kraken intro. Let's take a look at this. We've got a script here. Okay, graphic, Toro. Da-da-da. The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years. Da-da-da-da. What's the product? Bring you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers. Sales of what? What are we selling? Tool after tool. Okay. Titans and time cutters. Z-Masters and grandstands. What are these? Toro. I know they make like toilets and stuff. No, it's Toto. What's Toro? Okay, we have to look up what this product is. Toro Titan. Oh, are these are mowers and stuff. Okay. So we're giving them the like the Home Depot read. We've got that. 124 responses already. All right, no, we're not doing that. We're skipping it. As much as we'd love to book this and to make this money, ain't no way. Well, you know what? We'll do it for the stream. We'll just do it for the stream. So here we are. Here we go. The future is here. The future is here. The future is here. The future? How do they want that read? The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years, putting the most advanced technology into people's hands. Generation after generation, tool after tool, again and again, bringing you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers. Let's zoom out a little bit so I have a little bit of room to breathe here. Again and again, bringing you again and again, bringing you the most reliable, again and again, bringing you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers. Always moving forward. We lead, others follow. Let's read that last line again. Always moving forward. We lead, others follow. We're going to give them just that. No reason to reread. They've got multiple sort of cuts of what is essentially the same spot. Maybe there's different tags or different timings. But this client they'll know whether they like us or not after one read through. So we're just going to give them that. We're just going to call this Toro Spring Sales. Reply. Here we go. And then we'll put in our quote of boom, 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 boom. Go. And there we go. Chances are we're not going to get listened to because, again, we're 124 people in line in front of us. So very unlikely that client's going to hear our voice at all. But you know what? It's for the stream. It's good practice. I like doing that sort of call it the Home Depot read, the sort of hey, I'm a guy and I'm working with my tools here. But let's see here. If you're okay. Interesting. This is a case where I don't know if we're the best read for this, and there's already 77 people in line ahead of us, but for less than half the budget, the last thing that we just saw. So yeah, we're going to pass on this. We're going to pass on probably a lot of these. Okay. Mid to low voice, mild southern accent. That's pretty much us. But again, 44 responses ahead of us. Looks like a lot of people were up late last night responding to some of these. Yeah, this came in, this came in yesterday afternoon. So we ended our stream right on time, and this stuff like this came in right after we ended our stream yesterday, but that's okay. Over 100 responses ahead of us in line, so we're passing on that one. This one, 70 responses, we're going to pass on that one. So we're all cleared out on voices.com. Let's head over to Voice123. And something we got to do for our friends over at Voice123, because they requested it, is we got to go through each of these and make sure that in the client information section of each of these jobs, that the client has chosen to use the anonymized client name, where it just says client number, blah, 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 rather than showing their full first and last name. We don't want to dox anybody on the stream here, so we're just making sure, clicking through each of these, and indeed, no one's showing their full first and last name. So, first thing that we like to do is just clear out anything that we know we're not going to do. And the first way to do that is to look at anything where they have more proposals than they've asked for. So I can see down here at the bottom, they've got more than twice. They've got exactly twice the amount of proposals they've asked for. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see this. They've asked for 50 proposals, and they've received 100. Ain't no way we're going to get heard, so we're just going to clear that one out. Likewise, this one, they've got 29 out of 25 proposals. Going to clear that out. Here, 67 out of 50. Clear that. 50 out of 50. Clear that. 33 out of 25. 63 out of 50. And that's everything there. Let's zoom out just a little bit here. We know that we're going to skip out on this one, but we're going to maybe have to bring up the old... we're going to have to bring up the old calculator here just to show you What a garbage job this is. This same client almost every day is posting audiobooks for less than minimum wage. Let's take a look here. We've got recording length on this, 44312. Budget, $555. Jesus Christ, and there it is. As always, they come in right at $116 per finished hour, and if you break that down for a newer narrator, you're looking at $14.60 per hour. Is that what you're here for? Is that what you're coming to the professional pay-to-play? I'm paying nearly $1,000 a year to be a member of this website, and I'm being shown every day this client's shit jobs where they're paying minimum wage, less than minimum wage where I live in Maine. Just get the hell out of here with this. If they're not going to have any kind of gatekeeping, if they're going to allow any kind of garbage jobs like this client exclusively posts, every single job this client posts is for this exact per finished hour rate. If they're not going to do some kind of gatekeeping to prevent this client from spamming up my feed, then please give me the option to block or hide this specific client. Or maybe I can. Let's see. I know that you can filter out certain things. Let's hear. What do we do? This client posts sub minimum wage jobs almost every day. Can I please block this client from showing up in my feed? And we'll make note, audiobook. And to be clear, for me, my ratio, my work ratio is better than 8-to-1. My work ratio is more like 2.5-to-1. So you might go, oh, well, Jimmy, you're actually earning $46 per hour. Is that not good enough for you? The problem there is there's opportunity cost and there's what the fair market value for my services. I was saying before that I'm doing 5 people's job at the same time when I'm doing audiobook work. That is worth way more than $46 per hour, and I can't work a 40-hour work week doing audiobook narration. My voice doesn't have that kind of stamina. Very, very few narrators out there have the kind of stamina to output more than 10 to... The freaks of nature out there can output more than 20 hours of narration in a week. That's crazy people who can do that. I think 10 hours a week is that's crazy productivity, putting out 10 hours a week. I'm closer to 5. I feel good if I'm putting out 6 hours per week. 10 hours a week is crazy productivity. 20 hours a week is like there's a handful of people who can do that consistently and at a good quality. Like we're talking superstars like Scott Brick. So 10 hours is a very respectable rate. So if you're only putting out 10 hours, like that's still in many parts of the country, that's not really a living wage at this hourly rate. But certainly for the kind of person, for the kind of narrator who would consider this job, they're going to be slower. They're going to be closer to this 8-to-1 ratio. They might even be slower than that. And so calling this a minimum wage job, I think is fair. I think that's fair. This is just absolute poop from a butt. Like it really does frustrate me so much to see jobs like that on these prestigious pay-to-play websites. Voices.com and Voice123 are supposed to be the places where serious talent are doing real work, and it's supposed to be the place where serious clients who are looking for serious talent come, and they know that they're going to have to pay a fair market rate. That's sort of the deal. That's the arrangement that we're supposed to be coming to when we come to a Voices.com or to a Voice123. if you're out there looking for just the bare minimum cheapest garbage, you go to Fiverr. You go to Upwork for that. You go to Craigslist. I guess maybe not anymore, but there was a time where you'd go to Craigslist for that kind of crap. I actually did book some voiceover work on Craigslist back in, I'm going to say 2005. That's how long I've been at this. And that's actually fun. That was a video game job, actually. I wonder if I could find that. That'd be fun to find that. But let's go back here. We've got this job, which actually is over their requested amount of proposals, 18 out of 15. So we're going to scrap that one. All right, 2 more jobs here to look at. Becoming a better sports shooter. Now, is this a... Oh, no. It's another audiobook from the same client. This garbage belongs on Fiverr, Upwork, not Voice123. Yep. Just, I mean, and I'll pull up the calculator again just to show you that this client, that's all this client does. All they do is post things for this exact rate. So let's look at the words here, 35,500, 35,500, and the budget is $445, 445. And would you look at that? $117 per finished hour. So you're still making less than minimum wage, at least in the state of Maine. Maybe if you're down in Texas, where the minimum wage is what, $7.15, something like that. Brutal. Like, I don't care if this is double the minimum wage in Texas. It's not a living wage. Audiobook narration is it is a high skill activity, and anyone doing it full time should be able to pay their rent if they're able to book enough work to keep their calendar full. There's no reason, if you're working full time, there's no reason you should have to have a second gig if you're doing audiobook work. If you're able to keep your calendar full, audiobook work should pay your bills anywhere in the country. Maybe make some good real estate decisions if you're in a high-cost area, if you're in California or New York or Colorado or Tennessee nowadays, Jesus. You're not going to be able to live in a mansion in Austin, Texas, but you should be able to live in Luckenbach and work full-time and make a decent living. But you won't do it on jobs like this that pay absolute garbage. It's just insulting, and it doesn't belong on a premier pay-to-play casting website like Voice123. Doesn't belong here. Okay. We still see this one. The singer. They're really looking for a singer for this thing, and I keep saying, like, maybe I'll do it, but maybe I won't. I'm just, we're going to pass on that for right now. Okay, let's look over at ACX. I'm kind of hesitant to actually try to do auditions on ACX right now because I am so chock full of audiobook work that if I were to book something, I would probably start to panic. In fact, there's a lot of cool things happening right now that I can't talk about yet. But suffice it to say that my audiobook calendar is quite full. But let's look just maybe for practice for the stream. We're going to do our filters here, and then we're going to do for gender, male. I've already seen everything below this title, so let's look at this one. Mythical Man Month. So obviously this is the Mythical Man Month. Essays on software engineering. Anniversary edition. So is this a textbook? Essays on software engineering. Ooh, are you going to be reading code in this? Like what's software project management? All right. It's a decent length, good budget. I'm not interested, but this is out there for someone. If you think you can read some essays on software engineering, then man, more power to you. Especially if you have a background where you're going to be familiar with some of the terms and concepts that the author is talking about, then absolutely this will be sort of right in your wheelhouse. It's really helpful when you get a book like this, something that's technical or really starts to dive down into the weeds, into the jargon of something. If you've got a background that sort of gives you some special insight into that, not only will you have an easier job doing it, but you'll probably have a better job booking it, because in your little note along with your audition, you can say like, hey, I was a software engineer for 10 years. I was a full stack, blah, blah, blah. You can drop some terms and say like, yeah, like I totally dig what you're talking about here. And that'll make you like super attractive to the author / rights holder. So that's always good when you can do that. We're going to pass on it because we're none of those things, and I'm not particularly interested in trying to slog my way through a book about software engineering. But obviously, I'm grateful for the people who do it, because otherwise none of this would be happening. We are going to get to real work now, though, because we have finished up our auditions on voices.com, on Voice123, and there's nothing for us to do on ACX. So we're going to close those, and now we're going to open up our sort of workflow tabs for working on our audiobook. Now, let's get this ready. Here we go. Now, quick explanation here before we hit record. This is a real audiobook that I've been hired to produce. The book is called Accidental Healer. It is book 2 in the Tales from the Afterworld series. The author his name is V.K. Passanen. The first book is called Interview with Death, and I produced that a little while back, and that was a lot of fun. Let's do this navigation here off stream here. It's just hard to chat while I go through and bring this up. This author has been very, very generous in approving us narrating this live on stream. A lot of times rights holders, specifically when you start to get up into the, the publishers and stuff, they're very, I'm using the word precious, but I don't mean that pejoratively. Like, they're very precious about their, about what they've got. They don't want to sort of like, they don't want to spoil themselves. They want to save everything up for their big marketing push. And that's understandable. It's totally fine. But in this sort of modern indie jungle landscape that we've got here, our partner, author on this, is willing to give it a try and let us do this. Let's see here. Where are we starting? We're starting on chapter 38. Is that correct? 38, right here. So a couple things you're going to be seeing here. On the right here, this is our big mega spreadsheet. And this just helps us keep track of what we're doing, helps us track our time and stay productive. And then over here, this is our simple stopwatch. It helps us track our time. And then a big important thing here is that we're in the middle of the book, so you're not going to get the full story here, but you're definitely not going to get the full story because we are going to be skipping around in the story, skipping forward to be specific, because this book, we've got a narration partner. It's got some point of view switches, and so our narration partner has already submitted all of her tracks. And in fact, we'll zoom out here and we'll see. So the book is completely done from the beginning up through where we are right now, chapter 38. But our narrating partner, she is super, super productive, and so she beat us. She went ahead and she has delivered all of her chapters. So all of these are her chapters, and then the gaps where there's nothing, that's a chapter that I have yet to read. So there's a gap here, there's a gap here. So there's a big section of the book where it's all focusing on the female point of view character. And then it comes back and gives me some more love. But right now, we're in the middle of a big section of chapters where it's all me reading. So you will, during this stream, I'd like to, at the very least, finish through chapter 43. So you'll get a good chunk of the story in line here. you'll get a taste of what audiobook narration is like here. This is warts and all. You're going to hear how many mistakes get made. You're going to hear the actual punch and roll recording process. Punch and roll, I do it all the time here on stream for just regular short form voiceover work, but not all the time. Sometimes I'll edit stuff in post. But punch and roll recording is super useful for long form because you're kind of editing as you go. So it makes the edit process much more palatable. Editing a long form, like dog clicker method recording is miserable. It takes so much longer, and there's just the mental barrier of like, I don't want to edit. It's so brutal. I don't want to do it. Whereas editing something that's been punch and rolled, like it's so fast, and it's sort of like a fun, like zone out activity where you just like, and you just zoom through it. I like it. I like the edit. And so we'll be doing that as well live here on the stream. But I'm going to shut the hell up. Content warning type stuff. This book does have swearing. This book does have violence. It does have realistic swearing, violence. Perhaps, I don't think there's any drug use in at least these parts of this book. We won't get to, there is a relatively tame consensual sex scene later in this book, but we're not going to get to it today. And in fact, I think when it comes time to do it, I think I'll do that off stream just to keep everybody comfortable and to not have this stream flagged as like adults only or something like that. That's not the kind of stream we're running here. But I can look, I've got a column here that sort of gives me an estimate of how long my chapters are going to be. And we're going to trust that. And so we're going to get through as much of this as we can. I don't have a definitive start or stop time. Usually I record from 1 to 3 p.m. That's what this stream usually is. But today I felt like being extra productive, so I started way early. So we're going to read basically until I get tired of reading. Then maybe we'll take a break, do some editing. Maybe I'll keep the stream running while I take a break. Maybe we'll sort of do something else, like take a look at our website. We've got new demos that I've produced, but I have not implemented them anywhere. So maybe like while I'm eating and letting my food digest, maybe I'll take a break from narrating and upload those into the website. And it might be fun just to see how long of a damn stream we can go for. It's all about the stats, baby. But let's get into it. This chapter should take us about 11 minutes 30 to read. So we've got our stopwatch here. We've got our text here. We've got this going. We are armed to record. Our pre-roll for punch and roll is set up and ready to go. We are... Okay, we are going to do a couple things here. We're going to format this. Do I really not have a formatted version of this? Date modified. Okay, this is the most current version of the script. So we're going to go ahead and do a bit of formatting here. We're going to change it to size 15. Maybe we'll change it to 18 font. How about the spacing? Yeah, let's go ahead and make it 1.5 spacing. So we'll go paragraph, line spacing, 1.5. How's that? That's much better. And then we're going to do file save as. And we're going to put that into the same. External healer. There we go. All right. So we can close that over there. Okay. So let's find our way back to our starting point here. There's 34, 30. Where are we? 40. Oh, it looks like I'm going to be doing some swearing here. Like I said, there's definitely swearing. So don't bring the kids to the stream. All right. And that's everything. While we're doing this, I've got my little email notification thing. if a good voices.com job rolls in while we are narrating, then I'm going to drop everything, switch from our audiobook project here over to our voiceover audition project, and I'm going to do that audition right away. Voices.com jobs are time sensitive. You got to do them right away. We're here in the booth in front of our microphone, so why not go ahead and do it and maximize our chances of booking those jobs? So that's what we'll be doing here. But for the time being, we're ready to work. So let's do it. We're going to hit start on our stopwatch, bring up our text, go to Pro Tools, and hit record. 38. Dr. Kane heard the gunshot, an old man cursing, and the town doctor yelling. He looked at Dr. D'Amato. She sipped her tea, grinned, and set the cup on the treatment counter, and casually strolled past him with no sense of urgency. He followed. I feel like my stomach is growling. We might actually have to cut this short. And set the cup on the treatment counter. And set the cup on the treatment counter, and set the cup on the treatment counter, and casually strolled past him with no sense of urgency. He followed. The Asian PA squeezed around them. Seconds later, he returned with a wheeled gurney. Dr. Kane moved to allow him to pass. Seconds later, he returned with a wheeled gurney. Dr. Kane moved. Seconds later, he returned with a wheeled gurney. Dr. Kane moved to allow him to pass, but come on. Seconds later, he returned with a wheeled gurney. Dr. Kane moved to allow him to pass, but Dr. D'Amato made no effort. The PA huffed and squeezed around her. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, the old man hollered. How close to clipping am I here? Oh, I am absolutely clipping. All right. So we're going to put that there so that we can see if we're clipping. So we're going to back the hell off. The PA huffed and squeezed around her. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, the old man hollered through sobs as the Asian man applied a tourniquet and helped the town doctor lift the profuse lift. We're going to come back here so I can actually see what I'm doing. Sobs as the Asian man applied a tourniquet and helped the town doctor lift the profusely bleeding man. Sobs as the Asian man applied a tourniquet and helped the town doctor lift the profusely. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Sobs as the Asian man applied a tourniquet and helped the town doctor lift the profusely bleeding man onto the gurney. Kane observed the chaos in the room as the man was wheeled out. The bleeding man continued ranting until he went quiet halfway to treatment. All right, here is a spot. I'm going to pause the recording here. Here's a spot where we're going to need to do a little bit of research to make sure that we say this exactly right. This character, D'Amato, has what's been not a particularly strong, but a definite German accent. So let's just paste it into Google here and see if we get a good, let's go into Forvo. And let's see here. Achtung an alle. Let's just look that up now. It suggests alle Achtung.
Alle Achtung.
Alle.
Alle Achtung.
Alle.
Alle Achtung.
Okay. So I feel like we were close enough. Achtung an alle, shouted D'Amato. Okay. Cool. And then she's going to continue speaking here, right? Spoke with her usual heartlessness, no doubt to incite fear and rage. We apologize for your current inconvenience. Very fun to do the silly German accent. Not that Germans are silly, but their accent is just a little bit. No, my interpretation of it is. I'm not the king of accent work by any means, but we do have fun with it, and I hope that the listeners appreciate it. So we're gonna start the timer here again and get back to work. Leading man continued ranting until he went quiet halfway to treatment. Achtung an alle! Shouted D'Amato, startling even the guards. No translation was needed since she had the attention of everyone in the room. Let's make sure I didn't clip there. Let's read that again. Achtung an alle. Until he went quiet halfway to treatment. Achtung an alle! Shouted D'Amato, startling even the guards. No translation was needed since she had the attention of everyone in the room. Kane strangled a shuckle. He strangled a shuckle, making sure that we're not clipping there, and we're not, so we're good to go. Since she had the attention of everyone in the room. Kane strangled a chuckle. The famous ex-ranger... Since she had the attention of everyone in the room. Kane strangled a chuckle. The famous ex-ranger flashed him a lethal glare as D'Amato cleared her throat and spoke with her usual heartlessness, no doubt to incite fear and rage, potent catalysts observed in earlier text. Come on. No doubt to incite fear and rage, potent catalysts observed in earlier test subjects. As representatives of the Centers for Disease Control, we apologize. That's here. It's observed in earlier test subjects. As representatives for the Centers for... It's observed in earlier test subjects. As representatives of the Centers for Disease Control, we apologize for your current inconvenience. As Dr. Boyd informed you, Alex Mender died from a novel strain of Ebola. You have all been exposed, and there is nothing you can do about that now. We are here to prevent further exposure to those outside this medical facility. Since is... Hey, Windows security, why don't you piss off with it, buddy? Clippy? There is nothing you can do about that now. We are here to... There is nothing you can do about that now. We are here to prevent further exposure to those outside this medical facility. Since it is unknown how the child... was outside this medical facility. Since it is unknown how the child contracted the virus, we have instituted a lockdown of Packer City and the surrounding area. No one leaves and no one comes into the area for the next 21 days. This is a high-level quarantine. We hope there are no further challenges to our authority, since we are authorized to shoot to kill to keep this virus contained. Make no mistake, we will use all means necessary to protect the public. Please do not test our resolve again. As before, we apologize for this inconvenience. Okay, I think that's sounding pretty good. Apologize for this inconvenience. She punctuated her CDC service announcement with an insincere smile, then made for the exit, ignoring murmurs and questions. Kane followed. They strode toward the waiting helicopter. He glanced back as outside guards chained the front door, locking their fellow contractors inside. Blade wind buffeted his hazmat suit until he stepped into the chopper. As the chariot rose, D'Amato removed her hood. Her stomach growling. We might have to take a break after this chapter. Holy. Chariot rose, D'Amato removed her hood. Her auburn ponytail was tucked into her suit. Her eyes were their usual unnatural radiating bottle green, a gift from her grandfather to whom Kane owed everything. While he questioned the ethics of experimenting on one's children or grandchildren, he would never do such a thing. He was astounded with those hurricane irises. And oh, how they complemented her perfect olive skin, small, narrow nose, and thin lips. He wanted to taste them again, among other things. He missed what they had been before Farsi... them again. He wanted to taste them again, among other things. He missed what they had been before Farseer took control, and he signed the contract and left his wife and kids for the pipe dream the benefactor had offered. He sighed, removed his hood, and slid a hand through his hair. He nervously tapped his leg as he looked out the window at the shrinking medical center, the Grayson River, and the mesas and mountains surrounding the remote town. Are you sure Mary is still here? Let's see here. I have to remember Dr. Kane's voice. Mountains surrounding the remote town. Are you sure Mary is still here? Mountains surrounding the remote town. Are you sure Mary is still here? He asked. Without a doubt. True, the Farseer has been partitioned. Come on. Mountains surrounding the remote town. Are you sure Mary is still here? You know what? We have to do a little bit of research here. We have to remember. This is the danger of taking a long time to get your damn audiobook done, is that the longer it takes, the less fresh things stay in your mind, which means when it comes to doing things, all right, we're on page 202, we remember that, which means that remembering your vocal treatments can be tough. So I need to come back. I'm pretty sure that's Dr. Boyd. We need to come back and find a sample of me reading Dr. Kane, just to remember exactly how I read him. Here's Kane, but Kane, here we go. So he's speaking in this chapter, and this is what, 35. So 35. Okay, here we go. So what we do is we come off there, we go to chapter 35, and we just try to figure out where we are.
Likely is, Dr. Boyd, but our SNAP tests will determine if the Mender child died from a strain of the Ebola virus. But how would he have gotten it? Asked the town doctor as his PA looked on gravely. I mean, I've seen it before while I was in the Peace Corps. I've seen what it can do. I'm lucky to be alive. I was even... Inside on a table sat a small black body bag with a tag attached. I must ask that you wait outside, said D'Amato with her sharp German-tinged accent. No need exposing yourself any more than you already have. May I ask, is this what I think it is?
Okay. So this is Dr. Kane. But we're going to double check here by backing up a lot. Maybe to here.
Likewise dressed, rustling the colorful fall doors open. The front two guards. Dr. Raymond Boyd, I presume, and you must be Lei Tran. My name is Dr. Albert Kane.
Okay, so my instinct to read him a little bit, shall we just say tenor, my instinct was correct. My memory of my treatment of Dr. Kane was correct, so we can go back into it. But it's important to do that. You gotta, it would be a real damn shame to like record this whole chapter with just the wrong treatment of this character. So we're glad that we did that. Let's see where we are now to pick back up.
Are you sure Mary is still here?
See, I nailed the treatment of it, so. But we are going to reread that line just because. Let's come back to here. Here's our stopwatch. Hit space to start it again. Bring up our text. Back to Pro Tools and back to work.
Mountains surrounding the remote town.
Are you sure Mary is still here? He asked. Without a doubt. True, the Farseer has been partially blind since Mender and Mary crossed.
Sure Mary is still here?
He asked. Without a doubt. True, the Farseer has been partially blind since Mender and Mary crossed paths. This fog of Mary was unexpected and not what was foreseen. But, my dear Albert, you must understand, while Mender and Mary's psychic connection shields them, that connection requires proximity. Mary's fog did not hide Mender from the Farseer during our test quarantine. Therefore, Mary's absence from Farseer's eyes can only mean that she is somewhere in town and found a willing... Mary's absence from Farseer's eyes can only mean that she is somewhere in town and found a willing thrall like Luis Suerte. One that will hide her. Thrall like Luis Suerte. one that will hide her and protect her with his or her or their very life if need be. Wherever she is, the Farseer will know if Mary leaves without Mender. Yet within the fog of Mary, General Adamson's men have only 2 days to find her before they lose control, and Mr. Fire and Brimstone has no choice but to initiate Plan B. I would like to avoid that. Plan B, there we go. But to initiate Plan B. I would like to avoid that if possible. Potential paths for But to initiate Plan B. I would like to avoid that if possible. Potential paths for failure multiply, and you know how unhappy the benefactor will be if we fail to harvest Mary and Mender together. In any event, harvest Mary and Mender together. In any event, if Plan A fails, we will have Mender under our thumb while Adamson prepares. Kane stroked his bald chin. His face was tense. He felt a migraine coming on as he tapped on his thigh. Come on. Chin. His face was tense. He felt a migraine coming on as he tapped his thigh. He exhaled when he realized he was holding his breath. Then we'll have to let this let's remember, he's got the tenor voice. He realized he was holding his breath. Then we'll have to let this charade play out and observe Mender's development and monitor the others for evidence of exposure. The benefactor's guinea pig is evolving faster than the others. Monitor the others for evidence of exposure. The benefactor's guinea pig is evolving faster than the others. If my calculations are correct, his powers will soon be cataclysmic if not controlled. It's fortunate that Mender is unaware that he killed his son. If he knew this... This is a big plot point. Cataclysmic, if not... Well, it's important. We're going to hit it just a little bit, but not oversell. Cataclysmic, if not controlled. It's fortunate that Mender is unaware that he killed his son. If he knew this, is unaware that he killed his son. If he knew this, he might end his life prematurely before he is ready for whatever the benefactor has planned. I don't want to think of whatever the benefactor has planned. I don't want to think of what the benefactor, much less the general, will do to us if we ruin what they hired us to create. We must find Mary. She is the key to everything. There we go. 12:27, so we were a bit slow on the read, but that's okay. 12:27 on it. And let's see here. I think maybe we go ahead on into reading another one. We're feeling okay right now. We'll read another one and then a really, really short chapter after that. So maybe we'll read another one after that. And then maybe we'll take a break to edit. All right. Here we go. 12:27. We've recorded that. We've got the text up here. 39. Okay. Cool. So we are ready to go. Double check a couple things here before we hit start. We are good to go. All right. We've got a loud car passing by, a loud truck. We live a couple hundred yards from the main road up here, and I built this booth with my 2 hands, and it's good solid construction that keeps out most noise, but the truly heavy trucks and my neighbor's lawnmower do get through the walls. And my neighbor is a full-on boomer, which means he mows his lawn damn near every day. So we just have to deal with that when it happens. But we're good to go right now, so we're gonna. All right. 39. 4 p.m., September 11, 2007. Packer City Area Medical Center. Ryan glowered at the hazmat guards as they escorted the two grandmas into separate exam rooms, who were still shaking from what they witnessed. He studied the ruby pool, smears, and polka trail that Eugene left behind. His attention turned to Suzanne. She sat motionless, her mouth ajar and her lower lip curled out, but she hadn't started drooling yet. He imagined she would soon if she kept staring at the crimson jelly. He checked his phone for the... well, he tried. He checked his phone for the... well, he lost track of how many times. Still no bars. He wanted to throw it... times. Still no bars. He wanted to throw it. Times. Still no bars. He wanted to throw it across the room, but instead slipped it back into his back pocket. Still no bars. He wanted to. Still no bars. He wanted to throw it across the room, but instead slipped it into his back pocket. He'd thought about sending an email to break the news to his mom and dad, as sickening as it sounded, but that wasn't an option either. Marcy had tried to send one to her brother after those CDC pieces of shits left, but complained that the internet was down. But inability to reach his parents was the least of his frustrations. He was beyond pissed at how that cold-ass queen bitch and beanpole motherfucker and their goons handled the situation. Don't make no sense. What the fuck is wrong with these people? He thought. If Ebola killed Alex, the lockdown made sense, but not the heavy-handedness. And while he was guilty of harmful thoughts for that son of a bitch Eugene, seeing fellow army go out like that made him feel sorry for him again. Why, oh... that made him feel sorry for him again. Why, oh, why, son of a... that made him feel sorry for him again. Why, oh, why, son of a saint I am. No matter. He's a goner after that shot. The guards returned. One escorted Marcy from the room, while the others stormed up to Suzanne and barked. We apparently have... the good thing about the... go ahead and hit stop here. The good thing about the resolution, i.e. just the visual... in Pro Tools, I can change the height of my peaks, which is really, really useful for checking things like, have I clipped on something? I was doing that on the last track when I was having to shout. So if I'm recording like this to where I can maximize the peaks so that I can see in detail my noise floor. So when I'm not actually talking, my noise floor should look something like this. And it looks like, oh my God, that's so much. But that's like negative 75 dB. That is really, really quiet. But when my peaks are this tall, I can't tell if I've accidentally clipped. So I make the peaks short. I can make the peaks super short, and I can zoom in on this peak, and if it doesn't have that telltale flat top of clipping, then I know I'm good to go. And so finding sort of a perfect balance to where I can see most of my peaks. Some of the super loud ones will peak up off of the waveform, and that's fine. I can spot check those, but I like to have my vertical resolution, my sort of vertical zoom set to where I can see the difference between this. It may be hard to see on the stream, but this section here, it's just a pure flat line. Excuse me. Whereas this section here, there's a little bit of fuzz on that line. And this section right here, there's a lot of fuzz on the line. So I know that somewhere about right here, a truck, some kind of heavy vehicle started passing. Maybe it was a Harley or something. And I didn't hear it in the moment while I was narrating, but I see it now. Honestly, at the end of the day, my mastering chain, my EQ, is going to get rid of some of the frequencies that would be causing an issue here. So I'm not too terribly concerned about it. We got an email here, and it is not a voices.com, so I don't care about it right now. My EQ, my mastering chain is going to make it to where if an errant vehicle passing does get through, it's not going to be the end of the world. It'll be fine. It ain't that serious. Now, for short form stuff, voiceover, I'm absolutely going to be particular for things I'm submitting to booked clients. For auditions, even, if stuff slips through, ain't the end of the world. It ain't that serious. But we are going to pick up right here on this. And is that the vertical resolution I want? That's exactly the vertical resolution I want. I can just start to see when these nasty sounds start to creep in. So this is where we're going to pick up. So that means we're going to restart the stopwatch, bring up our script, come back to Pro Tools, and we're good to go.
He's a goner after that shot. He's a goner after that shot.
The guards returned. One escorted Marcy from the room, while the other stormed up to Suzanne and barked, "Stand up!" as if she were a prison inmate, not a woman who'd just lost her only child. She ignored him as Ryan glared at the guard. The guard matched his stare as he undid his... Ignored him as Ryan glared at the guard. The guard matched his stare as he undid his holster clasp, and... Ignored him as Ryan glared at the guard. The guard matched his stare as he undid his holster clasp and tapped the pistol stock. It looked like an air pistol. The guard turned and grabbed Suzanne's arm. "You're making a big mistake, buddy," said Ryan. He lifted the guard's gloved hand off Suzanne. "Now keep your fucking hands off my wife." The guard went for the air pistol, and the world moved in slow motion, not figuratively, literally. And there was no sound. It was quiet as Gold's mountain summit on a windless summer day. Before the guard could turn his head or pull the pistol, Ryan stood and delivered an upward hook through his jaw. He followed with a lightning jab through the delivered an upward hook through his jaw. He followed with a lightning jab through the man's flexible face shield and nose beneath. The guard left his feet and learned to fly, his arms flailing as if swimming in something much thicker than air. He landed. Very heavy vehicle passing. Whoa, and see there, I think even on the stream you can see that. Holy, that is a loud vehicle. So we're going to have to come back all the way to here. These trucks, man. Left his feet and learned to fly, his arms flailing as if swimming in something much thicker than air. He landed several feet away on a chair, spun, and fell on his face. His rifle, pistol, and the wooden chair followed, hitting the laminate floor with the force of feathers. Or so it seemed before the odd slow-mo caught up with real time. The guard struggled to his knees and moaned as blood streamed and bubbled from his misshapen nose that was painting the shield red. Ryan turned as the other guard left Marcy in the hallway and ran into the waiting room. He looked at Ryan and the guard into the waiting room. The guard left Marcy in the hallway and ran into the waiting room. Yeah, I think it's fine. Marcy in the hallway and ran into the waiting room. He looked at Ryan and the guard on the floor. He flipped the safety and raised his rifle. "Well, Alex, I'll see you soon, Squirt," he thought as he met Suzanne's gaze. Her face was blank as if she didn't grasp what was happening, like she was watching TV and he was an actor in the box. Okay, we have to read as though our whole face has been just destroyed. And he was an actor in the box. "Stop! Don't shoot him! We have orders not to kill them," said Broken Nose. Ryan turned to the first guard on his knees, grabbed the front of his suit, and picked him up with one hand. "What orders?" he asked as an air pistol discharged and a bee stung his shoulder. He dropped the guard. "Motherfucker!" cried Broken Nose as he hit the floor. We're going to check this. There we go. We did not clip. Come back to here. Broken Nose as he hit the floor. Ryan saw the dart and pulled it from his shoulder. He panted and staggered as he studied the blurred projectile in his scarred palm. He dropped it and growled. The air around him shimmered blue and crackled.
His eyes drooped. He shook his head, snarled, and charged like a rhino toward the second guard. The guard pleaded for backup and shot another dart into Ryan's chest. The man managed a weak, high-pitched help before Ryan slammed him into the wall, cracking wood and snapping bone.
Okay. Stop the timer. 7:35 on that. I feel like that was pretty damn good, and it was. Oops. 07:35. And we're going to roll into the next chapter. Chapter 40 is super short, so we're going to roll into it. And then we're going to take a break. We might grab some food. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll read this. We'll take a break, grab some food, and while we're letting that food settle and digest, because there's as many stomach noises that come from fresh digestion as there are from having an empty stomach, which we have right now. So, water tastes funny. Have to refill that. We're going to do this one here. It's going to be about 3 minutes of reading, so that sounds good to me. 40. Mender fell limply to the floor. There's no dialogue. It's all just reading, so we'll be good to go. Okay. Here's this. Go, go, go. 40. 40. Mender fell limply to the floor. Ex-Army Lieutenant Wayne Steiner stood in the wall imprint, groaned, and collapsed onto Mender. The outside guards unchained the door and rushed in with rifles up. Groaned and collapsed onto Mender. The outside guards unchained the door and rushed in with rifles up and safeties off. Steiner lifted his head and groaned as ex-Army Sergeant David Eubanks staggered to his feet across the room, gurgling as he sucked in air through his mouth with its broken jaw. He coughed, spat up blood, and almost doubled over. The outside guards helped Steiner up. His ribs crackled with every shallow breath. Fuck, 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 he said as he... Fuck, 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 he said as he expanded his chest for something deeper. He looked at Mender. He was snoozing with... He looked at Mender. He was snoozing with a faint whistle between breaths. How he wished his hood was off. He really wanted to spit on that son of a bitch. He gingerly turned to the wall. As bad as it looked, he was surprised he'd only broken ribs. Then again, he might have internal bleeding. Steiner watched as the uninjured guard held his breath and felt Mender's neck. He could see Mender's chest rise and fall. The guard exhaled and gave a thumbs up as if it were needed. He rolled Mender over and handcuffed him behind his back as the other gave a thumbs up as if it were needed. He rolled Mender over and handcuffed him behind his back as the other unbroken guard escorted Steiner and Eubanks to treatment. We're going to pick up here.
Him behind his back as the other unbroken guard escorted Steiner and Eubanks to treatment.
Okay. Come back here. There we go. And we're good there. We're going to record this. 0002. All right. And that is that. Like I said, we're going to take a break. We'll leave the stream running. We'll put you on the BRB screen. But we'll leave the stream running, and we'll come back in and do our edit. And we're just sort of prepping everything here for the edit. So we're good to go. We're going to, we're going to take a break here. So for anyone that stumbles in, they're going to be wondering what the hell is going on. But we're working on the audiobook here. So we're having fun. We're getting work done. This feels good. It's already noon. We might roll into our regular stream time, actually, of 1 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to narrate as much as we feel like narrating, and then we'll cut the stream off whenever. We've already done all the voiceover auditions. And I'd like to, if possible, I don't know how much we're going to get done today, but we've got a fair bit of work left to do on this audiobook, and we have to finish this audiobook this week, or else the world will end. We got to get this done. So we're going to get as much audiobook work done today and tomorrow and the next day as possible so that hopefully by Friday we are submitting final delivery and we're good to go. So we are going to hit you over onto the BRB cam, and we will BRB. Love ya. All right, we are back. Give it just a moment. All right. How are we doing, everybody? Feeling good? Feeling good. Got some food in our stomachs and refilled the water bottle. So we are all set up for hydration and productivity. We're going to get to editing, which actually means we're going to open the old studio door here so we can get some airflow going on. I've got fans, intake and exhaust, to keep air circulation in this booth. But even on the lowest setting, I like my low, super low noise floor that I've achieved in this space. And so I keep the fans off when I'm doing audiobook work or something I've booked for voiceover for a client. So I tend to keep the fans off if I'm actually doing booked work. And then for auditions and stuff, yeah, I'll kick the fan on. And certainly if I'm just doing some, like for podcasting work, absolutely, fans are on for sure. But for audiobook work, I keep the fans off, which does mean I like to kick the door open here for editing. And that's why I tend to do a big chunk of narrating, big chunk of editing, go back and forth, so that I can replenish the O2 in the booth here. But we are going to get into some editing. So we just had some food. Now we're going to let the food settle a little bit and do some editing. I'm going to try to sort of like overhydrate a little bit right now, sort of preload a little bit. Let's take a look here. This chapter did not have a subheader. So this will be really simple. Let's get our timer up, and we're going to go ahead and do the thing that we like to do, and that is to make Pro Tools. Oops, I didn't like that at all. Holy, that sucked. Bring that back over here and try that again. What in the hell is Pro Tools doing? Pro Tools is acting an absolute fool. There we go. All right. Pro Tools, big full screen. Look at all of this room for activities. We do have to adjust just a little bit here. I should probably make a profile for this in, I've got the little Windows resizer application thing. I should probably make a profile for the different various Pro Tools configurations I like to use. Actually, let's go ahead and just get this just perfect. And later off stream, I will make those changes and get these just right. But right now, we're good to go. Save your work. Come over here, and we'll go ahead and leave that half screen. That's fine. 208, we've recorded that. And so now this is a new thing. This will be really quick. This will take, less than 2 minutes to edit this chapter. So let's go ahead and do it. Again, we are doing punch and roll recording, which means we basically edited as we went. So what does that mean we're doing now at the edit? I'm hitting tab is my hotkey to jump forward to the next edit point. Once I jump to that edit point, it centers my view on it, and all I have to do is I'm grabbing the edge of the prior take, I'm dragging it forward, I'm dragging the edge of the new take, and I'm dragging it backward. I'm just adjusting the bounds of these takes. And you could probably do this in like some kind of slip mode or something like that, but this just gives me a little bit of extra precision. And it's just easier for my workflow to drag the boundaries like this. There are probably people out there who do it just a little bit different. And depending on your DAW, your software situation, You can absolutely work like this, but the specifics of it, the way that you actually navigate and bounce around, the specifics are going to be a little bit different, but this is something that you should be able to do in any professional level DAW, and that includes cheaper, like affordable options like Twisted Wave, Reaper, and Studio One. It will not really include Audacity, though. So if you're fully on free mode in Audacity, then you're probably going to have to spend a little bit of extra time both in the recording and in the edit, because I don't even think you can do proper punch and roll in Audacity. And that quick, we are done. Minute 43 for editing that. We're going to grab all this. We're going to hit our automatic crossfades, another thing that you wouldn't be able to do in Audacity, I don't think. And then we're going to bounce this out. And this is chapter 38. There we go. And we'll dump everything into, well, let's do it now. So we're going to go ahead, also, we're going to check this out. All right. We're going to open up the old positron. We're going to do this actually off stream because I don't want to show off more than I have to. Open up accidental healer. Here we go. And hey, it's not doing the weird graphical glitch. That's fun. And back here, we're going to open up that file. Audiobooks. Here we go. And we're going to drag in. Are we in the right thing here? Audiobooks. And that was chapter 38, right? Chapter 38. Here you go. And I'll let positron ingest that. While it's doing that, we will move on to the next one. And this is how the edit goes. I know that there are audiobook narrators out there who pay for someone else to edit their work, and I guess if you get to a point where you're busy enough and your rates are such, like I guess at some point there becomes a trade-off. But man, I'm so fast with my edit that I would have to be earning so much money per finished hour, and I'd have to have so many people knocking down my door to pay me to narrate. Like, the breaking point, the trade-off where it becomes more valuable for me to pay someone than to edit myself, that trade-off, it's not something I'm worried about right now. I'm so fast on the edit that it's one of the most efficient parts of my workflow for sure. Here we go, 143. Got to record that here, 000143, and let's get the next one ready to go. And here we go. There's that. There's that. This chapter does have a subheader, and I have on my clipboard copy pasted 2 seconds of silence, which is what you saw me just paste in there. So again, we're just we're tabbing, and the reason this is going so fast is because I've got my punch and roll workflow down really well. I always set my play ahead when I'm recording to right at the end of a sentence, which is what you're seeing in spots like this, or right before a breath, because a breath is a really nice place for an edit, and I've got a standard way that I deal with breaths, and that is that I tend to keep the newer takes breath. I've got, and that's just a performance reason, like just the way it sounds. The new breath tends to sound better to me going into the new take. So there we go. We're saving that. Hitting our crossfades and bouncing this out. It is chapter 39. There we go. And I didn't record the time for the other one. This one is 450 in length. So 000450, and this one is 607. 000607. Let's start this uploading into positron, chapter 39. There you go. And now let's move on to the next chapter here. There we go. And this one also does not have a subheader, right?
Mender fell limp.
Right. No subheader. That makes life a little easier. Let's take a look here. Back to our stopwatch. Clear, and then we hit space, and we are editing. Grab, and now we tab. You'll notice that generally speaking, I am not listening. Here's a spot I will, though.
Fuck, he said.
That sounds perfect. The only time I'm listening to something is if a transition seems a bit wonky for whatever reason. That I might listen to, but I feel confident in the way that I made that edit that I'm not really worried about it. And there we go, 31 seconds to edit that whole chapter. Bounce that out, that's chapter 40. And the length of this is 126. So 31 and 126. So 00, 31, and then 00, 01, 26. Look at those ratios, 2.3, 1.74, and 1.84. I'm just killing it on the ratios on this book. I don't know why. Maybe there's something about live streaming this that actually sort of keeps me focused and keeps me from making as many errors as I usually do. So that is... All right, are there any of these other ones that we need to... Okay. Chapter 41 is up and ready to go. Let's take a look at the old positron, see how it's doing. Did I start that last one uploading? Let me see here. Maybe I didn't. I did not. Okay. That means we need to bring this up. Drag in chapter 40. What's going on with the old chapter 37? Why does it have one? I'm pretty sure I reread this. Buckingham Palace guard slacking. Let's check that. Chapter 37, it's the very, very end. I'm pretty sure I reread this.
Him and resumed their places. They looked on nervously, like Buckingham Palace guard.
Yep, got it. How different do I sound?
The chariot rose.
That sounds similar enough. It is funny when you go from one recording day to another that sometimes there's a pretty big difference in how you sound. So like here's the last sentence of the last day I recorded, and I'll compare that to the first sentence of today.
Buckingham Palace guards caught slacking. 38. Dr. Kane heard the gunshot.
There's a definite difference that I can hear, but hopefully, the average listener out there isn't going to be too jarred by that difference there. But we need to mark that as corrected. So let's go back and let's go chapter 37. We're going to mark you as fixed. Yes, it's been fixed. Now let's open proofing for chapter 38. Let's go ahead and make you full screen. We need to filter out all of the automated noise things. Yes, please filter that out because they are way, way, way too intense here.
On the treatment counter and casually strolled past him.
Okay, so this is a typo. We need to make note of this. Well, damn it, I should have done this. Maybe I'll do that after we do these pickup checks. I will re-upload the script into this project so that it's actually looking at the most current and recent version of the script. So let's take a look here. Casually, yeah, causally. Past him. Here we go. And right now we're just collecting our typos to pass along to the author right here in our big spreadsheet. It's not usually how I do it, but that's how we're doing it this time. Let's go back to positron here. So this one, just a typo.
Around her. I don't want to die.
All right, these are all okay.
Things. He missed what they had been before far.
That one I do need to pick up. Okay, so one pickup for chapter 38. Not bad. Chapter 39, open. Filter out all these noises, please. Thank you.
Motionless, her mouth ajar and her lower lip curled out.
All right, we got to pick that up. Unless it's actually correct. Let's take a look here. That's the first paragraph of chapter 39. Her mouth ajar. So I did read that wrong. Okay, next.
Wife. The guard went for the air pistol.
Hands off my wife. Guy went for the pistol. So I inserted that. So that's a pickup.
Streamed and bubbled from his misshapen nose.
Misshapened. I get that. I'm going to go ahead and do that as a pickup. I understand the author's intent there. All of these pickups are like the slurring from the guard whose face has been destroyed. So we're just going to say that those are okay. And okay, so 2 pickups it looks like on 3 pickups on chapter 39, which is totally fine. Let's take a look at this last chapter here.
Room, gurgling as he sucked in air.
All right, that's a pickup.
Up. His ribs crackled with every shallow.
That surely is something that has been. Let's double check these. As he sucked air. Yep, that's definitely that. And then his ribs crackled. So that is something that has been fixed in the newest version of the manuscript. But in the older version of the manuscript that I uploaded into Positron some time ago, had this error in it. So we're fine there. Son of a bitch is fine. And then the end is fine there. So there's our pickups for now. We're going to, how do I update? That just downloads it. I don't want to download it. Please stop. How do I'm going to take this off of full screen for just a moment. So again, I don't start showing off stuff I don't want to show off. Is there a way for me to replace the manuscript here? Edit project title. No, I don't want to do that. Import, export, import. Full book text? No, that's export. No. I don't want to do that. Oh, Positron. We can come back to this, actually. Positron. Project info. Edit details. No, I think I'd have to upload, create a new project. That's annoying, but maybe I do that, actually. Maybe I go ahead and do that. Just, it's not like I get charged or anything for the number of projects I have. Actually, project settings down here. Archive. Oh, look. Oh, I asked for this feature over a year ago. Mark all pickups fixed. And now it's a thing. They hit it way down here at the bottom right. Project settings, mark all pickups fixed. So if you're like me and you just like to see all the green, especially if you're saving up all of your pickups for the very, very end of the book, and then you go through and you knock them all out and you just want to see all the yellow turn into green, which I totally understand. You can come down here to project settings and go mark all pickups fixed. That's amazing. What I want to do though is I want to, oh God, why can't I do it? Project team, what does that mean? I guess you can have, all right. So it looks like I might have to, yeah, I might have to actually create a new project. I feel like I've asked about this before, and their response, there's no importing that can be done here. I don't know why it says that. Oh, import, there's only DAW markers, which, no, I'm not going to do that. Sort by. All right, super bummer that I can't do it. I really think it'll be faster if I can get that replaced. Oh, well. Maybe I'll send them a message or figure it out off stream. Okay, so let's get back to work. I think that my food has settled. I'm feeling hydrated. I'm feeling good. So let's get back to work. We're going to be on chapter 41. How much do we want to get done today? Certainly want to read this block here. And then maybe this block here. And hell, if if I can get all the way through to 52, that'll make it be to where this all could theoretically be done in one day. I'm just like really quickly just mentally adding this up. This all can be done in one day. Right? Let's just eat this cell and go equals sum. There. 2 hours of reading. And then what remains today equals sum. There to there. That's only an hour and 16 minutes of reading. So maybe we do that. Maybe we try to get down to here. And then that's today's, just a little bit over an hour of reading today. And then down to here, let me off stream, bring up my calendar, and see if this is going to work. Because if I could finish this damn thing tomorrow, let's see here. Yeah. If I could do the same thing that I did today, if I could finish this tomorrow, that would be huge. Like, that would be such a, holy, that would be so, I would feel so productive. I'd feel like such a grown-up. So yeah, maybe we do that. We read through to that chapter today, and then that lets us get to work, and yeah. Oh, I rule. All right. Let's resize our windows and get ready to get back to work here. It's so funny. Like, audiobook work, I've done a lot of different things to pay my bills through the years. There was a good long period of time where I was doing a lot of photography work, particularly wedding photography. Really, really enjoyed it, and I still do a wedding here and there. And the thing with wedding photography is, like, there's the day of, there's the event where you're there all day and you knock it out. You do all this work in one day. Ooh, you did it. You did the day of the event. But then you've got the edit. And that is something like, you know, that's up to you to make yourself do it. There's no reason you couldn't go home and do it all the night after the wedding. And I know that there are some people out there who do that. But it's up to you to make yourself do it whenever you have time and can make yourself do it. So it's very much a mental thing of like, God, you just have to do it. But when it is time to do it, you can, you know, you could be like, oh, I'm just going to edit, 50 photos a day over the next week, and then the client will get it and they'll be happy. Or you could do a mad 6-hour marathon of editing all the photos and knock it out like that. And like, so you can sort of compress the time that it takes, just depending on what you need to do based on deadlines you've given yourself or what you've told the client or whatever else you've got going on. Audiobooks, you can't really compress the time. Like, the hours are the hours, and you gotta do them, and you can only do so many hours in a day. You can't pull an all-nighter with an audiobook. You can't do it. Your voice won't hold up. You will go hoarse. You will give yourself laryngitis. You'll do something horrible and really long-lasting to your voice if you try to overdo it. So, like, audiobooks are like the perfect challenge for people who, like, growing up, like in school, if you were the kind of kid who would like wait to do the project or the paper like the day before it was due, audiobooks are tough because it's the opposite, because you can't do that. There's no way to cram an audiobook. So we're doing our best to not let ourselves get crammed. And in fact, the next couple of weeks are going to be an interesting challenge on that front, because we're going to have to produce at a high level consistently every single day. So we're going to be trying to take care of our vocal health and our mental health as we put in some hours. But I'm excited because some cool things are happening. I'm going to shut up now and we're going to get to work here. So I'm going to shut the door. We got plenty of oxygen in here. There we go. may have had a brief wardrobe reveal there. I am wearing pants. I am a professional. All right. Chapter 41. We are armed. Is anything else soloed? Nothing else is soloed. We're at the right resolution here. Everything's looking good. This chapter will take about 11 minutes to narrate. We can clear that. We've got our copy up, and we're on 41. All right. Okay. So, we're going to go timer, script, Pro Tools. Here we go. 41. 8. I had a little stomach gurgle there. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, September 11, 2007. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Secretary Fossum went home after the news conference, and Adamson was again alone watching the Packer City show unfold. Let's see here. This is obviously news conference, but we've already let the author know about that. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Secretary Fossum went home after the news. Surely I've got a place to cut here. Secretary Fossum went home after the news conference, and the Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Secretary Fossum went home after the news conference, and Adamson was again alone watching the Packer City show unfold. Adamson had hoped to catch the first glorious glimpse of Mary's face when the darts hit her. He also hoped for minimal gore that she could produce with her hands, teeth. Of Mary's face when the darts hit her. He also hoped for minimal gore that she could produce with her hands, teeth, and anything handy before she went down. Of Mary's face when the darts hit her. He also hoped for minimal gore that she could produce with her hands, teeth, and anything handy before she went down. Blood-contracted soldiers were hard to replace, and he worried that 40 was far too conservative for this undertaking after seeing what Mary and her fellow we're gonna put a breath in a different spot there, so we have to back up farther than we would. Anything handy before she went down. Blood-contracted soldiers than anything handy before she went down. Blood-contracted than anything handy before she went down. Blood-contracted soldiers were hard to replace, and he worried that 40 was far too conservative for this undertaking after seeing what Mary and her fellow lab rats had done to the orderlies and each other in the terrarium finale. Big old stomach noise. Holy. Maybe we started narrating too quickly after eating. And each other in the terrarium finale. Instead of each other in the terrarium finale. Instead of Mary's capture, he witnessed a rerun of the benefactor's prize in its embryonic state. He saw the blue aura as anger welled around Mender. Soon, similar displays might make him go blue nova. That was something he wished to avoid. Keep the pot simmering, but don't let it boil over, he thought. While Mender was maturing faster than anticipated, he had not achieved that level of volatility. As Ryan slept off the sedative tranquilizer, he watched 5 white RVs, 1 tanker, and 3 unmarked 18-wheelers with flatbed trailers enter Mears County from the north. Each RV had helix or helix? I think we're saying helix. Trailers enter Mears County from the north. Each RV had Helix Eternal Laboratories emblazoned on their sides. 1 RV parked at the county line while 3 others continued to the other barricades. Okay, laboratories emblazoned on their sides. 1 RV parked at the county line while 3 others continued to the other barricades. The rest of the convoy parked by the open lot southwest of the medical center and unloaded flatbeds of what looked like to be storage pods. Each was a containment unit, but one was Each was a containment unit,
but one was subtly more substantial than the rest. It was made of It was made of unique alloy forged from something special from Afterworld. The units were nothing special when it came to comfort, but nicer than the ones in the hole under the mountain. Each had a single reinforced entrance, a skylight, a small bed, a table, a sink, a toilet, and a corner shower. Each was equipped with heating, plumbing, and LED lighting. Once set up, the 9-unit the 9-unit facility would be attached to the waste collection tanker. The entrance to each unit would be connected to a wide 7-foot-tall tunnel with mock decontamination rooms separating their doors from the main corridor. This would feed into the back of the RV that would serve as the lab. Once the containment facility Once the containment facility was ready, armed hazmat-suited guards escorted 2 old biddies, a plus-size brunette, a physician's assistant, and the town doctor to their suites. As ordered, the benefactor's doctors, a physician's assistant, and let's reread that better. I kind of slurred through physician's assistant. Old biddies, a plus-size brunette, the physician's assistant, and the town doctor to their suites. As ordered, the benefactor's doctors would care for the old fool who attempted to escape. Miraculously, the town doctor and his Asian sidekick had saved the fool's life. It was a mild relief, since unnecessary civilian casualties complicated things, though if Plan A failed, it would no longer be a concern. His attention returned to the waiting room. The good soldier who shot the old fool grabbed Suzanne Mender's wrist. She did not resist. She appeared catatonic, looking nearly zombified. She said nothing as the good soldier escorted her across the street. They entered the tube and continued to the last unit, which was about 20 feet from the attached RV. A female and male doctor wearing masks and gloves stood with clipboards jotting down observations. The other 2 research assistants were in the RV. The good soldier opened the heavy door of Unit 1. Suddenly, Suzanne Mender broke from her catatonic state and turned hysterical. "Where's Ryan? Where's Ryan? Is he okay? Is he okay?" The good soldier said nothing, nudged her inside, and slammed the door. Adamson grinned. Nudged her inside and slammed the door. Adamson grinned as he watched her scream. She fell to her knees, wailed, and beat her fists against the door. Her knuckles were soon bloody, but still she continued. She sure does have spunk, I'll give her that, he thought. War agreed, and they enjoyed the show without popcorn until she stopped, slumped her head against the door, slid down, curled up, and sobbed. Adamson's attention turned down, curled up, and sobbed. Adamson's attention turned to the tubes down, curled up, and sobbed. Adamson's attention turned to the tube's entrance as Steiner and Eubanks entered with Mender. Steiner's nose was taped, but the marooning had already extended around his eyes, cheeks, and upper lip. Hugely loud truck, holy, just jerks. Steiner and Eubanks entered with Mender. Steiner's nose was taped, but the marooning had already extended. Steiner and Eubanks entered with Mender. Steiner's nose was taped, but the marooning had already extended around his eyes, cheeks, and upper lip. His face was distorted, grotesque, a dark, purplish mess under a clean face shield. Eubanks had fared slightly better and was now breathing easier, thanks to the chest wrap under his suit. Like Steiner, he limped like a decrepit... Thanks to the chest wrap under his suit. Like Steiner, he limped like a decrepit old man and frequently winced as the two wheeled Mender toward Unit 9, which had been tweeted with whack-a-wheel. Two wheeled Mender toward Unit 9. Two wheeled Mender toward Unit 9, which had been treated with black ethereal. It was furthest from the lab and placed for easy access in case Mary attempted to warn the man who saved her life about the special touch she gave him. The benefactor's prize was face down, handcuffed behind the back, and securely strapped to the gurney. He was unconscious, but for how long? Adamson did not know. If Mary's transfer was complete, unconscious, but for how long? Adamson did not know. If Mary's transfer was complete, Mender's awakened DNA would already be incorporating Kane's tranquilizer to add to the nasty things she'd already given him. Eubanks grimaced as he attempted to pull open the heavy door that would hopefully contain the monster Mender was becoming. Steiner assisted. Once open, they pushed the gurney inside. Both soldiers were on Adamson's shit list, and he swore that neither would survive his dressing down when the mission was complete. But he was pleased with the beating Mender had dealt them after they failed to take the danger. Dressing down when the mission was complete. But he was pleased with the beating Mender had dealt them after they failed to take the danger he posed seriously. Granted, they were new and had not been under the mountain to witness the final cull. Nevertheless, they would have to redeem themselves somehow if they hoped to witness the final cull. Nevertheless, they would have to redeem themselves somehow if they hoped to enjoy their rewards this side of the to witness the final cull. Nevertheless, they would have to redeem themselves somehow if they hoped to enjoy their rewards this side of Afterworld. Steiner removed the straps and handcuffs. He looked at the bed, then at Eubanks. He chuckled. Eubanks tried, but gritted his teeth instead as Steiner rolled Mender off the gurney. Adamson glared at the reality window as the benefactor's prize hit the floor face down with a thump. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Or face down with a thump. Steiner and Eubanks looked at each other again, then at Mender. Their lips drew into wide grins. Adamson or face down with a thump. Steiner and Eubanks looked at each other again, then at Mender. Their lips drew into wide grins. Adamson shook his head. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Let's read that better.
Adamson shook his head. Don't do it. Don't do it, he thought. The bad soldiers nodded and started kicking and stomping Mender, ignoring shared ignoring shared aches and pains as their desire for revenge clouded their life-preserving judgment lest the beating kill the benefactor's prize. The abuse continued until those aches and pains made them stop. The bad soldiers left the unit, panting, sweating, and groaning. There we go. And pause you. 1343. Ooh, bad, bad, bad. 1343. That's all right. We'll make it up.
All right. So one more. This will be the longest chapter we read today, and we're going to roll right into it. Chapter 42. "13 minutes is the expectation on this chapter, but we just read a shorter chapter, and longer than 13 minutes. So this might be as many as 15 minutes. We'll find out. Maybe a little drop of this. Ice drops. Highly recommended. If you're doing any kind of long-form speaking, whether it's audiobook work, if you're a teacher, ice drops are fantastic for solving a little bit of that, the dry mouth, the sort of smacky sounds that you can get. Ice drops can really, really help to mitigate that. So that's my little friendly tip for you today. Okay, chapter 42, we are ready. There's no subheader for this. This is all sort of a dream here. Is the entire? It's not the entire. Okay. But it's a good portion of this chapter. We're going to see how well we can read all of this italics text. We gotta... Okay. So timer, start, text, Pro Tools. Here we go. 42. Ryan was running through a Texas hailstorm. Each icy rock was the size of a softball and hurt as they pelted every inch of his body. He continued running on a high mountain trail. The pummeling hail followed, and he saw no shelter. He attempted to dodge the onslaught without success. He saw a cliff and ran for it at a dead sprint. To dodge the onslaught without success. He saw a cliff and ran for it at a dead sprint, anything to stop the beating. He jumped and fell and fell. He felt like he'd never stop. He jumped and fell and fell. He felt like he'd never stop falling. Then, splash. He tried water. The hail stopped, but rain fell in sheets. He started swimming and saw Uncle Mel's orange Jeep under the water, even though it was full dark night. It was glowing, fluorescing. The lady was in the driver's seat, her head against the steering wheel as crimson eddies swirled from her head. He dove and swam for the Jeep. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Crimson eddies swirled from her head. He dove and swam for the Jeep, ignoring the hand he remembered was sliced open. He broke the window like it was a thin sheet of ice and pulled the woman free as the Jeep crept into the deeper blue. He held her tight and kicked for the surface which seemed impossibly far away. Air became precious as their blood swirled, embracing them in a shimmering crimson aura. Ryan gasped. Water filled his lungs, and he coughed as he broke the surface. He coughed again, then kicked harder and harder as every muscle burned and every bone again, then kicked harder and harder as every muscle burned and every bone and joint ached. He continued without progress, as if caught in a riptide. He rested and tread water and saw that... Okay, we're gonna briefly pause and make note of a typo. Saw that the woman's chest wasn't moving. So we're gonna save this into here. This is 42. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. And once these bubbles pass, we'll hit record again. Okay, here we go. Grass, as if caught in a riptide. He rested and tread water and saw that the woman's chest wasn't moving. He could sense she was dead. He started kicking again and bumped into a log. He turned. A milky-eyed face greeted him. Ryan's eyes darted around and went wide with horror. The lake was filled with bloated, putrid corpses. The shoreline was a fiery hellscape. Suddenly he could see the world around him. What were once cities now lay in smoldering ruins.
Mountains of bodies whispered, "You did this." He gasped, refilled his lungs, and coughed. Before he caught his breath, black tendrils erupted from the surface, sending spray high into the air. The razor-tipped tendrils paused, undulating for pregnant seconds, then arched down and sped toward Ryan like wiggling snakes. They found their prey and slid in and out of his skin and flesh, and then in and out of the woman's, lacing them together. Thousands of micro-tendrils sprouted from the larger ones, anchoring them in place. The woman's eyes opened. She screamed as micro-tendrils slithered under her skin, while the fiery glow rippled and danced over bobbing floaters. He felt worm-like projections needle their way through his and her spine and brain, fusing every pathway. The woman's agony and terror became his, amplified many-fold. Tendrils slid into his and her mouths. Okay. His, amplified many-fold. Okay. Amplified many-fold. Tendrils slid into his and her mouths, silencing shared shrieks. Others tightened and bluntly cut to bone as the new creation was dragged beneath the dark water. Ryan woke. We're gonna preserve that big breath there. Water. Ryan woke face down, firing breaths in and out. He was sticky with sweat. He rolled over and slowed his breathing as he tried to focus in the muted light pouring in from above. Am I still dreaming? He thought. He realized he wasn't and tried to think where he might be. He suspected he was in the containment unit the green-eyed bitch said would be his home for the next 3 weeks. He pushed himself to his knees and winced. He felt sore all over, but that was expected a day or two after a big workout. Yeah. He felt sore all over, but that was expected a day or two after a big workout, like the mind-clearing one he had. He felt sore all over, but that was expected a day or two after a big workout, like the mind-clearing one he had 2 nights before Pete came out to the watchtower with his good news. He sighed and moved to the small bed as bitter reality sank in. It couldn't have been more dreadful. Alex was gone, and Suzanne. It couldn't have been more dreadful. Alex was gone, and Suzanne was alone somewhere else. And her last words, "Why didn't you save him like you did the last time?" Fuck. They cut deep. Suzanne was hurting. Later, she'd apologize, but she'd have to live with those words until the quarantine was up. Like everything else, he couldn't understand why the CDC had been so cruel, separating them like those words until the quarantine was up. Like everything else, he couldn't understand why the CDC had been so cruel, separating them like this, among too many other things. Yeah, their asses would be facing among too many other things. Yeah, their asses would be facing a major lawsuit. Again, what the fuck is wrong with these people, he thought. Nothing made sense. Uncle Melvin had died of some strange shit after contact with that lady from the lake. From the lake. Nothing made sense. Uncle Melvin had died Nothing made sense. Uncle Melvin had died of some strange shit after contact with that lady from the lake. Ryan had come in contact with her, but he was still alive, and the CDC... Ryan had come in contact with her, but he was still... Ryan had come in contact with her, but he was still alive, and the CDC said there was nothing to worry about. And even before that, he took every precaution to keep Suzanne and Alex safe until the CDC said he was clear. Then, out of the blue, Alex dies of Ebola? It smelled like bullshit. Even if it wasn't, what was the point of separating them now? If either he or Suzanne died, the other would have little to live for. Well, at least it was still true for him. But Suzanne was right, and that's what hurt the most. If he was such a great healer like his G3 granddad, why didn't his love protect Alex like it did last January? Protect Alex like it did last January. Ryan sat on the bed or paced until night through the skylight, until night through the... Whoa. Wait, what? Ryan sat on the bed or paced until night through the skylight. Oh, until night through the skylight began to have color. Okay. It does make sense. I was like, what? Okay, we are good to go. Protect Alex like it did last January. Ryan sat on the bed or paced until night through the skylight began to have color. He laid down and tried to sleep. He drifted between tortured thoughts and ones about the specialists, their guards, and the cosmic joker who cursed his life. He wanted them all dead. When he finally dozed, the Sandman delivered a... He wanted them all dead. When he finally dozed, the Sandman delivered repetitive nightmares about the lady from the lake and the death and destruction their meeting would bring. He couldn't stop dreaming about her, worrying about her. Every time he opened his eyes, he never knew if he was still dreaming, because the old gentleman and the girl in the pink dress were always standing on the other side of the unit, staring with their haunting blue eyes, reminding him of the promise he never really made. He'd blink and they'd be gone, but the obsession kept him from spending time with Alex, even if it was subconscious. Here, kept him from spending time with Alex, even if it was subconscious fantasy. Strangely, he sensed Alex nearby, and thoughts like that and those about the woman made him think he was going insane. Really insane this time. Straight jacket, lithium nutty buddy crazy. If you think you're going crazy... Jacket, lithium nutty buddy crazy. If you think you're going crazy, you might not be insane, he thought, or said. He wasn't sure. He began laughing. He couldn't stop. His side hurt like he'd been punched and kicked, but still he couldn't stop. He panted hard and rubbed his side and felt a tender spot. Who was he kidding? His sanity had been slipping since Almat Lokafar. Alex was the linchpin keeping his worn wheels from flying off. And those wheels were spinning, spinning, spinning away. He rocked back and forth. Keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it together for Suzanne. Gotta keep it. Fucking monitor's making noise. Keep it together. Keep it together. Which one is that? Let's go back to here. Spinning, spinning away. He rocked back and forth. Keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it together for Suzanne. Gotta keep it together for Suzanne, he said, loud enough to hear over the mocking... Let's do right here. Gotta keep it together for Suzanne, he said, loud enough to hear over the mocking laughter in his head. Need a bigger breath here. Gotta keep it together for Suzanne, he said, loud enough to hear over the mocking laughter in his head. But how? He whispered, almost in a whimper. The loss of Alex, Uncle Mel, and his brothers in Iraq. Suzanne, grieving alone, nagging thoughts of the lady from the lake. It was too much. And those guards' words, "We have orders." What the fuck? Oops. Here we go. We have orders. What the fuck? Ryan rubbed his forehead and tried to think straight. Why threaten to kill, shoot an old man, and have orders not to kill me? Makes no fucking sense. Unless something bigger's going on. But what? Whatever it was, he knew the woman he pulled from the lake was responsible for everything happening to him and his family. Okay. Boom, just under 13. That feels good. Oh, we've got a voiceover job from voices.com. Let's view the details and see if we're going to do that right away. It looks like maybe we will. Real person, upbeat, female preferred, but open to a male voice. Well, we're here. We're doing work. Let's bounce over to our voiceover audition template. Here it is. And we'll just go for it. Keeping the world running is tough work. Your teams serve our... Keeping the world running is Monitor made a noise. Keeping the world running is tough work. Your teams serve our communities around the clock. From the hot... Let's real person, upbeat, inspiring and aspirational without being overdramatic. Keeping the world running is tough work. Your teams serve our communities around the clock. From the hottest days of summer to the coldest days of winter. You manage thousands of people and thousands of assets across entire continents to build, maintain, and deliver what the world needs. And what the world needs changes every day. Your business is growing and evolving, and you want... And what the world needs changes every... Let's read that again. And deliver what the world needs. And what the world needs changes every day. Your business is growing and evolving, and you want to do more for your customers and stay ahead of their expectations. At Samsara, I feel like that's a real word. Let's look at Forvo. Samsara.
Samsara.
What is this one?
Samsara.
Okay, that's how we're going to say it. Coming back to our thing here. And stay ahead of their expectations. At Samsara, and stay ahead of their expectations. At Samsara, we help you prepare for anything and everything. Imagine if there was a way to work even smarter. Technology that easily Imagine if there was a way to work even smarter. Technology that easily Imagine if there was a way to work even smarter. Technology that easily connects all of your data from your teams, equipment, and sites in a single platform. And AI that finds the most important insights so you can take action. Transformation is a journey, but you have a partner by your side with a shared mission. Creating Let's finish that thought here. By your side with a shared mission. Creating new technology for both your front lines and your back office. That's where we're going to stop it. So let's come back to here. Copy our little bit of room tone here. Paste, and we're going to be so fast on this edit so that we can be early responder on this job. Voices.com is all about speed. It's all about getting your responses in first. All right, here we go. And this is, we're just going to call it Samsara. Not exactly sure how to say it. We made a decision though. Respond to job. Here we go. Directed session. Sure. 690 is the quote. Select the file. There we go. And we are 16 in line. Holy. See how fast you have to be on Voices? We started work on that as soon as the email came in. And still 15 people were faster than us. That's how things are. All right. These we didn't see the email for some reason. Maybe the email has yet to come across, or I don't know. Interesting that we haven't seen the email. But this yellow badge here, we love to see this. Worked together previously. We see that badge when it shows up in our feed, and the client will see a similar badge. We're guessing. Surely they'll see something.
we're just going to assume that that's true. We haven't been told otherwise by our friends at voices.com. But the client should see a similar badge if we submit an audition. So when they're looking at all the auditions that they've received, there should be some kind of indicator like, hey, you've worked with this guy before. Wasn't he so great? Apparently I was, because I've worked with this client 7 times. So let's take a look at this. Adrian's Servant. I love this client because they include so much information to include visuals about the character. Okay, so can I do big scary Skeletor guy? Curious if they want an FX voice. Maybe we'll have fun and do an FX audition here. It's been a while since we've done one. Generally speaking, on your voiceover auditions, you want your audio to be submitted as close to raw as possible. You want, if there's an engineer who's on the other side of this, you don't want the engineer to go, this is compressed to hell, we have no idea what his booth actually sounds like. You don't want them to say that. You just want them to go like, sounds like a clean room, like that's about it. So what I have on in fact, I'll bring it on the screen here real quick. What I have here, I've got 2 layers of pretty mild compression. This is at a ratio of 2, and this one's at a ratio of 2. That is such mild compression. And my EQ, you can see here, this one, I've got a bump of maybe 1 dB here. And then here, I've got a bump of, again, maybe 1 dB and a cut of 3 dB at this sibilant range here. So like my compression and EQ on what I submit for voiceover auditions is so minimal. And the last thing that I have here is it's just a limiter. This just sort of boosts my overall signal to a level that I feel will be competitive with what other people are sending in. You don't want to be coming across all quiet like. So this character is a big old skeleton, but he's not necessarily the bad guy. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. Let's have fun. All of that was to say, generally speaking, my regular voiceover auditions are not heavily compressed or affected in any way. But sometimes you get a job that calls for an FX-heavy audition. Because clients, like even the most experienced clients, like knowing what an FX voice is going to sound like based on the raw is going to be kind of tough. And you need to be able to sort of speak into the FX. So what we're going to do here is we're going to, let's see here. We're going to maybe bring it over here and go plug in. For right now, we'll put the pitch shift on, and we'll use the simple pitch 2. There's a lot of delay there, though. That's a bummer. But this will give us an idea of what we're trying to do. And I will say that we're going to do a drop of maybe 3 or 4 semitones, and we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. And so when I start to read these lines, Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. So I'm putting... This is important because, yeah, there's a bit of a delay, and it's kind of hard to talk through that and hear what's going on. But that delay is important. Not the delay, but hearing the FX live as I'm reading it there, just while I'm working things out, helps inform how I change my voice to feed into that to give me the performance that I'm wanting. So basically, I sort of closed up the back of my throat a bit to give it a bit more of what's the vocal fry. Doing a little bit of like the millennial vocal fry on that. Because if I just give them quite a bit of vocal fry, that causes it to really... there's a grit and a growl to the way it comes across once it's been affected. So yeah, we're gonna really go even further here. Right now, we're gonna turn that off, and we're gonna give it a read that feels appropriate. We still have a delay because... Little pro tip. In Pro Tools, simply bypassing a plugin, that's not going to recover the lost that time that you need, the the latency, that delay there. Simply bypassing a plugin doesn't get rid of the latency. You have to make the plugin inactive. Otherwise, it's still hogging up all the resources that introduced the delay in the first place. So right now, we're just going to give it a read, and then we're going to start messing with it. Prince Adrian. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us, not with our looks. Let's reread the whole thing. This is feeling... we're close. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. Prince Adrian. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us, not with our looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and trim our head and tail. So basically this has been edited. It's basically, in theory, this would be ready to deliver if we were happy with this sound. But what we're going to do is we're going to select this clip, and I can see up here in Pro Tools that we're in loop mode. So if I just press play, it's going to loop this back and forth and back and forth. And that's good because we're just going to listen, and we're going to start messing with the effects. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady.
She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us, not with our looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian,
did I say that wrong?
You did well to make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager.
So I'm using stock plugins here, and I'm doing that intentionally. I've got a nice big fancy library of very fun plugins from Native Instruments, from Waves, from Isotope, but I'm trying to use stock plugins just to show people out there that you don't need to spend a ton of money on silly plugins to do fun stuff. The stock plugins that come with Pro Tools or whatever DAW that you're using, they're going to be so much more advanced than what we were working with 20 years ago. And so you can make great music for sure. Let's just hear what this sounds like with the short plate.
Prince Adrian,
okay, that's
you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us, not with our looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian.
What am I looking for here? I'm looking for, there's sort of a hissing type quality that I'm trying to find here, and I might have to be a bit of a liar and go with a non-stock plugin. I kind of want to hear what trash sounds like on this, but first we'll check out lo-fi. This might be, yeah, I don't think this is what we want. This will be full of no, that's more for like computer robotic type voices. So we're going to go not for that. We might just go for trash. Where is it? Not noise reduction. I want to introduce some noise. Please just show me trash. Oh my God. Why isn't it? Neutron, lo-fi, rectify, sci-fi? What's the sci-fi plugin? This is also going to be basically Bit Crush. Yeah, Bit Crush, Ring Mod. Screw it, let's just mess
Prince
around.
Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us.
Yeah, no way.
Not with our looks.
Okay.
I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian, you did well
Where
to
is
save this young lady.
Trash.
She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us. Not with our looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us.
There it is.
Not
Eyes
with
of
our
trash.
looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian,
Let's do this one.
well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian, well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us. Not with our looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us. Not with our looks. I can make a medicine, but I'll need your help. Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady. She took a bad fall, and a shock doesn't make things any better. I doubt the people will be eager to help us. Not with our looks. I can make a medicine.
Sure. This seems fun. All right. So, I am using one non-stock plugin. That is Isotope Trash. This thing is amazing for music making. If you're doing any kind of work with certainly electronic music, you can just throw this on every damn thing you've got, whether it's drums, certainly synths, basses, even vocals. It's really fun to throw on guitars. But yeah, it's really, really fun. So this is definitely like a bit over the top. So what we might do, let's listen again.
Prince Adrian, you did well to save this young lady.
We're gonna submit that as it is. Like, why not? We're having fun here. We're gonna call this CHR1 5 R5 1 neural. You know, and we could probably, I don't know, if we really wanted to. I think that's fine for someone who is not a villain. If it was a villain, we could have fun with like doing reversed preverb, which is a bit of a time-consuming task. And at this budget, we're not going to get too wild with it, but we're having fun. It's all for the stream, baby. So there we go. Let's take a look. All right, we always like to do a special note for clients we worked for again. Hello again. Fun with FX on the voice. I can obviously deliver raw audio if you'd prefer. We're just being silly, having fun. And that's the great thing about voices.com is that you can do this kind of experimentation and there's no negative consequences other than just not getting booked and maybe you've wasted a little bit of your own time. But over on Voice123, absolutely would not ever be doing this kind of stuff. Okay, let's see here. We've got a guard and a prince. The prince is the antagonist. So you're sort of like a good NPC and then the main antagonist, I suppose. Should sound quite different. Julian is unpleasant and the guard is sympathetic to player character. Princess Aurora, what are you doing out? You're not supposed to leave your chambers. Please return at once. And then Julian sounds like, Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's look at these characters. Why not? Why not? Okay, we never see his face. You could. We wouldn't do it. But you could, since he's wearing this big, crazy, like Final Fantasy ass armor, tin can helmet. You could throw a simple, a really close reverb on it to make it sound like his voice is inside a tin can. That would be really fun. We're not going to do it. And then Julian. Let's see what Julian looks like. Yeah. I'm mommy's special boy. Okay. Do we do this? Why not? We're here. So let's read. Zoom in. Here we go.
Princess Aurora, what are you doing out? Princess Aurora, what are you doing out? You're not supposed to leave your chambers. Please return at once.
Let's do that again.
Princess Aurora, what are you doing out? You're not supposed to leave your chambers. Please return at once. Smart of me to ride here.
Let's really give Julian something different here.
Smart of me to ride here ahead. Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else.
Let's read here again.
Please return at once. Smart of me to read. Please return at once. Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else. Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else. Smart of me to ride here again. Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else.
That's the one. Right? Right?
Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else.
Yep, that's fine. A little bit larger gap there.
At once. Smart of me to ride here ahead of everyone else.
All right, here we go. Let's see here. And we're doing guard plus Prince Julian. Guard, Prince Julian. Right? Okay. The budget on these it's really, really low, but we've worked with this client before. They're really, really easy to work with. So, I know that this is like a safe client to where they're just going to deliver the script, maybe with a note based on what they heard in my audition. I read the script, I send it to them, and if I haven't made any mistakes, they're generally happy with the choices that I make in delivering the product. So there's no worries there. So, often your lower budget clients are going to be, you're actually going to work harder on the lower budget jobs than you will on the higher budget jobs. And there are a lot of reasons for that. It's all like psychology, basically. But generally speaking, the lower the budget, the harder you're going to work. But because I know that client, despite the low budget, I know that client is super, super easy to work with. I'm fine with taking those lower budgets just to get the cash in the pocket, man. I'd rather have $100 than not have $100. And since I know the work will be easy because that's an easygoing client, why not? We'll do it. All right, we are once again caught up on auditions on voices.com. So we're going to head back to our audiobook work. Open recent, accidental healer. Yeah, save that. And we had just finished chapter 40. Oh, we just finished chapter 42, didn't we? Yeah, 12:59. So let's mark that time. 12:59. Cool. So we've got a couple short chapters ahead of us. In fact, that was the longest chapter that we've got left for today. So the rest of them are short. I am very much like, I have like teeny tiny lizard brain, and I like short chapters because it makes me feel like, oh, number go bigger. Like the short chapters, like, oh, like I did like 5 chapters today. Like, my brother in Christ, those were only 2 minutes long each. You've done no real work, but it's still 5 chapters. So like I like 5 chapters. It doesn't just make me feel productive. It actually makes me more productive, because if I see that the next chapter is only 5 minutes long, I go, well, all right, might as well. And I'll do that 12 times, no problem. But if I see that the next chapter is 1 hour long, I'm not going to get to it because I'm a lazy ass. It's very much like the Netflix thing. Like, watch a movie? Huh, no. Instead, I don't have that kind of time, but I will watch 10 episodes of Bob's Burgers in a row. Same vibe, for sure, and I'm absolutely susceptible to that. I've been telling my lady I want to watch Dune 2. We still haven't watched it. And she asks me almost every day, you want to watch Dune 2? And I go, nah, let's watch 5 hours of Bob's Burgers instead, because I don't have time to watch Dune 2. That's what kind of idiot I am. All right, let's get into it. We're on to chapter 43. We're going to read probably this. Maybe we'll read this chapter, because that'll put us at how many finished minutes of audio left. I want to sort of divide this session that I'm doing right here with the next session and sort of cut them in half. So let's see here. This will be, that's about 20 minutes there, maybe 30 minutes. So I'll do these next 2 chapters, 6 minutes and 5 minutes. I'll do these next 2 chapters, then I'll edit everything that I've got and submit those to Positron, get the proofing rolling, and then I'll come back and I'll narrate the final big block here, and then we'll call it a day. So that might take us actually to the end of our normal stream time, and that'll make this probably the longest stream that I've done. What's our stream timer at? We're already at nearly 3 hours. So this is feeling good. Let's go ahead and go into, here's our stopwatch, clear that. Here's our text. 43 is what we're reading now. Just double checking. 43. All right. Here we go. Start. Here's the text. Here we are. 43. 8 a.m. Wednesday, September 12, 2007. Mount Capitol Suites. Raj wasn't smiling when he entered Mary's room earlier than usual. She was still Julie Springfield to him. The less he knew, the better. "Packer City was locked down yesterday," he whispered. "Why?" says. Now, this is Raj. The less he knew, the better. "Packer City was locked down." The less he knew, the better. "Packer City was locked down yesterday," he whispered. "Why?" asked Mary. "I do not know, and no one I asked knows why. But there is more. This morning, when I went out for my morning frespresso. Why? But there is more. This morning, when I went out for my morning frespresso, I saw a large temporary facility across from the medical center. When I went out for my morning frespresso, I saw a large temporary facility across from the medical center. When I went out for my morning frespresso, I saw a large temporary facility across from the medical center that looked like something out of a movie. The movie was about a quarantine where many people died. The facility must have been put up overnight because it was not there yesterday. Outside were 4 guards in white hazmat suits holding military rifles. I did not make eye contact and kept walking until I arrived at Charlotte's Espresso, but it was closed. I must say this is quite unusual for Charlotte Lee. She knows how important her Frespressos are to everyone in town. I will bring you one when she is open again. They are most enlightening. But as I said, when I got there, another disappointed customer was waiting. She told me the entire police force was being held in the courthouse and that those in charge had declared martial law and threatened to shoot anyone who goes out after dark. She said 4 of these
to shoot anyone who goes out after dark. She said 4 of these thugs to shoot anyone who goes out after dark. She said 4 of these thugs forced their way into her home after midnight, searched it, and broke a lot of things. They also spent the night and left her place a mess. But she was not the only one. She said they were searching every home and building. No one knows what they are looking for, and they threaten anyone who asks questions or tries to stop them. Mary shook her head and asked, "Did she say what they were wearing?" Yes, she did. She said the men wore black and white army uniforms. Yes, she did. She said the men wore black and white army uniforms. Camouflage. Army. Yes, she did. She said the men wore black and white army uniforms. Camouflage, like you would wear in the snow. Oh, and they also wore black army caps. Mary held a hand to her mouth. Shit, they're from the lab, and I'm what they're looking for. If they find me, they'll kill you and then ask questions, she said, pointing a finger gun at her head. She released the thumb hammer. Raj smiled and comically pushed out his chest and straightened his back to look taller. Well then, I will have to make sure they do not find you. It may be some time before I can check on you again. I brought you extra food. Keep it hidden and do not turn on the lights or the television, even during the day. If anyone comes to your door, including me, television, even during the day. If anyone comes to your door, including me, hide under the bed. In fact, it would be best if you stayed under there as much as possible. He met Mary's gaze. She nodded. He closed and locked the door. Mary quickly gobbled some Nutter Butters and wedged the rest. He closed and locked the door. Mary quickly gobbled some Nutter Butters and wedged the rest, along with the other snacks, under the mattress. She used the restroom, drank water, then hid under the bed. To pass the time, she tried water, then hid under the bed. To pass the time, she tried meditating. Water, then hid under the bed. To pass the time, she tried meditating like Peepaw had taught her. Thurston Demure had been a
Really loud vehicle. Holy. Let's see here. How much? Okay, we're nearly at the end of the chapter here, which means we're going to start making way more mistakes. That's how it goes.
meditating like Peepaw had taught her. Thurston Demure had been a Zen Buddhist and frequented the Three Pillars Temple in downtown Seattle before he died from a stroke. She often went to the temple with him and had spent hours in full lotus, following breaths and seeking the peace of pure nothingness. But Zazen was hard to do. I need to look that up. Come over here. Zazen? Let's go to Forvo. Surely that word will be here. Zazen. French? Surely it's Japanese.
Zazen.
Zazen. Let's look on Youglish. Seems like the kind of thing that people would be talking about on the old YouTubes here. Here we go.
Example for Zazen for a couple hours.
You know, for Zen meditation, for Zazen, you know.
It's called Zazen.
Zen that I teach is beginning with the quintessential meditation practice of Zazen.
Neither training hall nor Zazen.
So it looks like a little bit of a Zazen. Zen actually takes a little bit more of the emphasis there, so we'll pronounce it that way.
And had spent hours in full peace of pure nothingness. But Zazen was hard to do without sitting properly to breathe from the tanden, a point below the navel.
Okay, we need to, we should have looked ahead and looked up a couple things. We've got tanden, and koans. So let's look up tanden first. Come over to
not Pro Tools, but to here. So do we have that? Tanden? Dutch, Danish, or Swedish? Probably not the actual word we're looking for. So let's look it up here on Uglish.
Welcome back.
Near tanden is, okay, that's all we're going to find. Can we do
status update
minus
on,
Nira?
You lost the Tandon nomination.
Okay, that's talking about.
Tandon received her bachelor.
That's talking about. Okay, minus Nira and minus nomination.
Tandon received.
Okay.
Anyway, once the Tandon or cinema field located
Tanden.
Of Narrotandon.
Okay.
Prior.
All of these.
About Biden.
Okay. We had one where I don't think they were talking about the same thing, but it gave us a sense for tanden. So that's what we're going to say, tanden. And the other was Koa, who? Koans. Koans? Koans. Maybe there's someone out there watching this like screaming like, you idiot, it's pronounced this.
With his distilled koans of advice.
Okay.
Within your work. Please write the whole thing in koans.
Okay. 2 different accents saying it the exact same way. That's good enough for me. Okay. Back to work here. Here we go. Piece of pure nothingness. But zazen was hard to do without sitting properly to breathe from the tanden, a point below the navel. Without sitting properly to breathe from the tanden, a point below the navel. So she tried koans, her favorite being, what did your face look like before your parents were born? She pondered and pondered, but still couldn't clear her mind. Loud vehicle. Holy loud vehicle. Oh my God, you jerks. That might be a whole group of motorcycles. The organ's got to come from somewhere. So hopefully they all have their donor cards. She pondered and pondered, but still couldn't clear her mind. And so she escaped, as she often did, into daydreams about lives she wished were hers. Sometimes she forgot she was dreaming and would tumble, disoriented, back into her perpetual suffering. Eventually, deep sleep found her, and the nightmare ended. Did I say that last couple of words okay? And the nightmare. Sleep found her, and the nightmare ended. Let's say that again. Eventually, deep sleep found her, and the nightmare ended. Okay. We got an email. It's Voice123, which is not timely and urgent. We might check it out, though. I think getting this narration done is more important right now. So we're going to read one more chapter right now. Chapter 43 is what we just read. 44 is read by our partner, our narrating partner, Teresa. So it's a point of view shift, and then back to us at 45. So we're going to read 45. So some things happen in the story. We'll just like read the ending here. James, sweetie, I've been trying to call Ryan all morning, but service is down in Mears County. I called the phone company, but they didn't know anything about it. If you ain't too busy, you think you could make some calls and look into it. So I believe this is where Ryan Mender's parents are trying to get into town or figure out what's going on. So some dramatic irony in the proper definition of it is going on there. There are things that certain characters don't know, but we know, and so on and so forth. All right, chapter 45. We're here. Save. And then come back here. We got to mark down 716, so that was not the most efficient read, but that's okay. 0716, and come down here. This should be roughly a 5-minute read, so let's get into it. Boom, boom, boom. 45. Mid-afternoon, September 12, 2007. Mender and Associates, attorneys at law, downtown Grand Junction. "Sure, I'm not busy at all," James said as he pushed aside a stack of files. "I'll get right on it, dear. I'll call you when I know something." He looked at a framed photo by the phone. It was of Ryan and Suzanne holding Alex. That smile, he thought. He shook his head at Little Clown and remembered the first time that boy melted his heart, looking like Bozo the Clown in his best loafers as he held a red ball to his little nose. James chuckled at the memory. His smile fell. James chuckled at the memory. His smile fell. He was worried about Little Clown, but couldn't shake the guilt over the man he'd been for the first few years of his life, or how he'd let his prejudice sour his earlier relationship with his daughter-in-law, who'd loved Ryan through his darkest days, like his mother Maria had his father Edwin when he went through... Loved Ryan through his darkest days, like his mother Maria had his father Edwin when he went through a similar hell after World War II. But that, James, was the past. Nothing he could do to change who he once was. He could only control how he behaved in present as he continued to work on being a better man in the future. He owed so much to his grandson, who helped him see the light, and his Dine cousin, who guided him there. Is that the right way to say that? Dine? I don't know that word. Let's look it up on Forvo. Dine. Navajo, that actually is what we're looking for.
Dine.
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 Dine Lizard.
What about English? Probably not what we want. Obviously, dine is not what we're looking for. So, dine.
Dine.
Dine. More of an than an A.
Dine.
Dine. Dine.
Dine.
He says dine, but...
Dine Lizard.
Dine. Okay. Dine. Okay. He owed so much to his grandson, who helped him see the light, and his Dine cousin, who guided him there. He looked at the stack of files. He had so much to do before trial. He nodded, sighed, and started making calls. James called Jasmine a half hour later. Sighed and started making calls. James called Jasmine a half hour later. Turns out the cell tower over Lake... James called Jasmine a half hour later. Turns out the cell tower over Lake Hotchkiss is down. The man I spoke with said there was a power surge yesterday. For whatever reason, no one reported the problem until you called. A crew's already gone to check... Reported the problem until you called. A crew's already gone out to check on it, but they were turned back at a roadblock at the northern county line. The guards said they'd have to access the tower from Bullion Pass, but the second crew was stopped at another roadblock a few miles southeast of the access road, and guards gave no ET as to when they'd be allowed up. Seems the whole area is locked down, and the guards at the roadblocks won't give any details as to why. Something's not right. Look, I know you're worried about Alex, and so am I after what you told me last night. I'm due in court next week and have to head to Breckenridge for Melvin's funeral Friday. My interns will just have to handle things for the rest of the week. We need to head south to find out what's going on. Oh, thank you, sweetie. I'll be ready to leave when you get here. Let's read her line again. Head south to find out what's going on. Oh, thank you, head south to find out what's going on. Oh, thank you, sweetie. I'll be ready to leave when you get here. Okay, that feels better. We're going to call that an even 4, because I'm... 0400. Okay. We're going to open this old door here and do some editing. All
Ooh. Okay. We got the cans on. Let's head over to the last chapter that we have not edited, which looks to be chapter 41. So we're going to edit us a few chapters here. And again, because we did punch and roll recording, these edits are going to be quick, fast. So let's, we like to make this full screen. So there we go. And now we can come over to our web thing here. Do that. We can clear that. Come back to Pro Tools, and we should be ready to go. All right. Here we go. See how fast we can do these edits. See if I am indeed the pro that I like to claim to be. All right. And now we're just hitting tab and dragging. Tab and drag, tab and drag. Man, if you aren't doing punch and roll, I feel bad for your son. 99 problems, but dog click ain't one. So stupid. Oh, man. This is the, you're getting the true, hold on, I gotta listen to this.
It would be connected to a wide 7-foot tall.
That's fine. This is the true audiobook narrator experience. The slow, hold on, I gotta listen to this.
A plus-size brunette, the physician's assistant.
That's fine. The slow but sure descent into madness that comes with basically talking to yourself. God, I gotta listen to this too.
And gloves stood with clipboards, jotting down.
You're sure?
And gloves stood with clipboards, jotting.
That's fine. Yeah, you're talking to yourself for hours on end, professionally. You're gonna go a little cuckoo. On the narrator Facebook groups, I was like, "Hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm live streaming my my auditions and my audiobook narration." And several of like the super pros were like, "I could never do that." Like to show that like all the frustrations that are part of the process. But you know, this helps keep me accountable. Like if it wasn't for the live stream, I wouldn't still be working today. I would have gotten distracted by video games or by Instagram, or like maybe I'd be playing music or something. Like something would have distracted me, and I just would not be as productive. So honestly, like doing the stream, like it's good for my income. Like I'm not making income from streaming per se, and I don't think I ever would doing this particular thing. So you're 206 on this right here. Yeah, I don't think that what I'm doing here could ever reach like a wide enough audience to where I would ever make money on Twitch or on YouTube, no matter what I did. But that's fine. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because maybe someone out there someday will get some kind of value out of it. That would be neat. But really, it's for me. I'm so much more productive when I've got just my silly little stream that just keeps me accountable to a schedule and sort of keeps me busy. And when I'm live on stream, I'm not taking these little 5-minute breaks that turn into 30-minute breaks, you know. I'm just sticking to it, so it's good. Let's see here. I need to upload that to Positron. So here we go. Grabbing this. It's chapter 41. There we go. That's uploading. Let's head back to here. Clear. And we're ready to go. All right. Save. Does this one have a subheader? It doesn't, right?
Ryan was running.
Right. No subheader on this chapter. So here we go. Boom. Boom. Shorten that a little more. Grab this piece. And there we go. this is the game. We'll listen to something if we see something weird, like with that last chapter. We kept having to listen to some of those transitions because I'd gotten a little. Oh right, I remember that little bit there. That's a good thing right there about editing soon after you record. Like, there was a time where I was, especially when I was doing Dog Clicker, but there have been times where I've been like, okay, I'm just going to narrate, and then I'll have like a big edit day or something like that. Ooh, I'm going to have to listen to this.
Ryan had come in contact with her, but he was...
That's good. But the problem with that is that if you don't, maybe it's better to frame it as the benefit of editing soon after narrating, because you can remember specific moments and you know, like, okay, I remember that, and I remember thinking when I recorded that, like, hey, I'm going to want to keep the original breath here, or I'm going to want to keep this version of the transition there. Whereas if you're editing, days or however long after the fact, then you're obviously less likely to remember those things, and maybe you end up making like proper errors. 0001 30, and then the duration of that is 8:44. 00:08:44. Just killer ratios going on in this book. Something about, I guess, I mean, it has to be live streaming. Something about live streaming is making my my reads so much better. So there's the other thing, is that doing this, like, it's making my reads better. Oh, it's not good for my back though, doing a stream this long. Holy. Let's go back to here. We're ready to go. That's been recorded. Oh, let's upload to Positron. Oh, I didn't even... Duh. All right. 42. Grab everything. Bounce that out. There's 42. Go. That should be pretty quick here. And there it is. Get you down here. There we go. And then let's drag that into Positron. 42. There it is. Okay. Now back to the timer. Clear. Start. Here we go. Grab you. This one has a subheader. Paste that in, and now we are schmovin'. It's funny, like, I've got the door open so I can much more clearly hear all the little traffic sounds and all that. But sometimes, if there's not actively big trucks passing by, it really is peaceful out here. Like, at night, sitting on I've got this, like, really fun porch out front. And at night, just sitting out there, man, it is peaceful. It really is lovely out here. Maine is such a vibe, man. I love Maine. Okay, we gotta listen to this.
She pondered and pondered, but still...
That's good. And that's it. All right. 101 on that. 01, and the duration is 420. Nice. There we go. Now let's grab everything, bounce it out, and that one is indeed 43. And there we go. Now we're down to 45. There we go. And 45 does have
Downtown Grand.
It does have a subheader. Save our work. Come over here, and we're going to upload into Positron. So that's going, and we're ready to go. Start. Grab you. It's funny how my pause there naturally works out to almost exactly the same duration. Like I naturally do pause for right at 2 seconds, to where like I probably don't need to actually paste in that 2 seconds of room tone, but you know, why not, for the sake of absolute consistency. And look at that fast. 41 seconds. 00, 00, 41. And the duration on this is 000244. I am just crushing my ratios here. 1.7 is the ratio on that. Like, how can that be? Okay, grab everything. Bounce this out. This is 45, that is correct. Okay. And then we go over here and we upload that into Positron. 45. There we go. And while that's working, we'll go ahead and open up the proofing for chapter 41. Filter out the noises, please. We're going to say that the date is correct. Positron has a hard time with dates.
Hysterical. Where's Ryan? Where's Ryan? Is he okay?
That's fine.
Eubanks tried, but gritted his teeth instead. As
is that right? Is that right? Let's look up Steiner. Find. Right, yes. This is chapter 41. Steiner removed the... Here we go. See, this is another difference between this right here on the right is the most current and up-to-date version of the manuscript, whereas what we have over here is an older version. I think using grit there would have been grammatically fine. He grit his teeth. Past tense, that's fine. But they updated it to gritted, and that is what I read. So that is an okay. So that means chapter 41 has no pickups. Love to see that. Let's look at chapter 42, and we can close that tab there. Let's go ahead and close these other tabs. Okay. Now we've got...
And tread water and saw that the woman's...
Right, that's the one that we said was a typo.
Kicking again and bumped into a log.
That's fine. It says pause detected. And I did intentionally do this because we're breaking away from this dream sequence and into him waking up. So that pause is perfectly intentional.
In and out.
So okay.
In and out. He was sticky with sweat.
That's fine.
One he had 2 nights before Pete came.
Is that right? 2 nights. 2 nights ago. Yeah, I just totally missed that word. Pick up.
Again, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Surely. Fuck is wrong with these people? Yep, that was just a typo in that version of the manuscript. So that one's good to go.
Been punched and kicked, but still he couldn't stop.
Pushed and kicked, but he still couldn't stop. Okay, that's a pickup. And there we go. Okay. I feel like some narrators out there might not consider those pickups. Like, it doesn't change the meaning or whatever, but like for prose, for general narration, I want to, in almost every case, I want to say exactly what the author has written. For dialogue, sometimes I will, like if it came out naturally while I was narrating, some change in the words that were said. If that came out naturally during narrating, sometimes I'll let it roll because like, hey, that is how that character really would have said that. And I'll kind of like overrule the author a little bit. It's rare, but it does happen. Okay, word inserted.
Them. Mary shook her head and asked, did she...
Okay, shook her head. Okay, this and asked is in my version, so that's fine. And that's it. No typo or no pickups for chapter 43. Let's look at chapter 45. Filter out all of the beta noise detection. That's okay. The date is going to be fine. And that's okay. Boom. No pickups for 45. Love to see it. So we're moving at a good clip as far as just general productivity. Our ratio is just fantastic. I have probably never read a book with this good of a ratio. And our pickup rate is quite low. So I'm feeling good. So thank y'all for keeping me accountable and keeping me at the top of my game. Like, what's our ratio so far in this book is 2.07. That is insane. I have never read anything at that kind of rate. Like, there might have been one like spoken word, like poetry type book that maybe I read at a similar rate, but God, that feels good. Okay, next up, we've got another block of narrating to do, and this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, just over 40 minutes of narration, but I got to get through it, and that'll put me in such a good position to potentially finish this book tomorrow. So unless something comes up, we're going to go ahead and do this 40 minutes of narration and probably go ahead and edit and at least start the pickups uploading into Positron right here on the stream. And then we might try to shut down close to 3 p.m. I got places to be this evening, my friends, so we might shut it down around 3 so that I can be ready to leave here pretty soon after that. So this is feeling good. Big stretch. Oh my fucking yeah! All right, let's shut the door. Let's get to work. All right. I love like just leaving this up and be like, why isn't anybody stopping by the stream? Who doesn't want to stop in and look at this big Excel spreadsheet? All right, let's see here. That's that. All right, let's go to the stopwatch here. Clear it because I've already recorded it, right? Everything's been recorded up to now. Everything's recorded. So we are on to chapter 46. Bring you down. Chapter 46. Make it big. Make sure that that one's down. Zoom level is set. We got to make our windows small again. Right to here. There we go. All right. Save once again. Arm that to record and... Oh, wait. Get the text right. Hello, hello, hello. That's 44, 45, 46. All right. So this will be about 10 minutes of narrating. All right. So what has happened prior to this? Okay. The Menders, Ryan Mender's parents are trying to drive into Packer City, and they're going to get stopped at the roadblock. So here we go. "46. 2 hours later, James... 46. 2 hours later, James turned south toward Packer City at Grayson Highway. Noreen had spoken little since leaving Grand Junction, and her eyes remained fixed on familiar fields, mesas, canyons, and rivers. As he left the Grayson River... Mesas, canyons, and rivers. As he left the Grayson Reservoir... Mesas, canyons, and rivers. As he left the Grayson Reservoir Bridge behind... Mesas, canyons, and rivers. As he left the Grayson Reservoir Bridge behind, he glanced over and smiled. Jasmine was chewing a manicured... Behind, he glanced over and smiled. Jasmine was chewing a manicured fingernail, a habit she had broken years ago for her stage image. He was also worried, but had to keep it to himself. He had to be strong, and it was taking every ounce of will to keep from breaking down after 2 of the worst weeks of his life.
When things settled down, he planned to head south to see his cousin. The respected Hatali would know the right ceremony. He planned to head south to see his cousin. The respected Hatali would know the right ceremony, and after that, everything would be okay again. "I'm sure Alex is okay," he said, "and I wouldn't worry too much about that quarantine last week. I can't see the CDC lifting it until they too much about that quarantine last week. I can't see the CDC lifting it unless they were sure it was too much about that quarantine last week. I can't see the CDC lifting it until they were sure it was safe to do so." Noreen ignored him and continued staring out the window. They arrived at the roadblock. Ignored him and continued staring out the window. They arrived at the roadblock at Bridger Ravine an hour before dusk. A white RV was parked on the ravine side. 2 guards stood behind the barricade dressed in black and white fatigues and black berets. They were armed with automatic rifles and embroiled in a tense conversation. One of the guards, a late 20-something African-American male, broke from the chat and jogged to James's rolled-down window. "So what's going on in Packer City?" James asked while mentally recording the guard's face and name tag. Joshua Stone, H-E-L So something weird's about to happen here. This guard has just been described as being African American, and we've just heard his name. It's James. It's a pretty straight ahead Joshua Stone. Pretty straight ahead American name. However, this person who was just described as being African American is going to reply in a German accent. I've been assured by the author that this will make sense based on events that will happen in the next book. But right now, there's these people who just randomly have German accents, and you're like, what the hell is going on? We don't know yet. This author is building a very big world across many books, and there's even novellas to come, which should be super fun. So I have trust that this author will tie everything up in a nice bow. But right now, we're going to just do our job, and we're going to read Joshua Stone, African American male, with a thick German accent. So, back to our stopwatch here. The guard's face and name tag. The guard's face and name tag. Joshua Stone, H-E-L Security Contractors. Stone replied in a thick German accent. "I am very sorry, but I am not at liberty to say. You will have to turn around and go back the way you came." Noreen leaned over, looked up with her man-melting eyes, and said, "Joshua, why haven't we heard anything about this on the news?" "Again, as I said, I am not authorized to give details." "Then can you at least get a message to our son, Ryan Mender? He's the owner of Mama Maria's Southwestern Bar and Grill. Tell him his mama and daddy are stuck at the roadblock up north of town and need to know how their grandboy is doing. Our poor little Alex is at home with our daughter-in-law. He isn't feeling well, and we're just worried sick about him. Joshua, you gotta understand, we had a real scare last year. We almost lost him to cancer." Okay. Stan, we had a real scare last year. We almost lost him to cancer. Little croak there. Stan, we had a real scare last year. We almost lost him to cancer. So would you be a dear and do us this little favor? Stone peered into Noreen's hazel eyes. He sighed, then returned to the RV. He spoke to 2 guards who'd stepped outside. They laughed. Stone didn't. The guards went back inside as Stone spoke into his headset. He nodded and returned to the BMW. "My commanding officer will not allow messages in or out of Packer City under any circumstance at this time. Again, I am very sorry." James lost it and tore into Stone. "That's bullshit," he shouted, pointing a finger in the guard's face before shaking it to the James lost it and tore into Stone. "That's bullshit," he shouted, pointing a finger in the guard's face before shaking it to the rhythm of his speech. "You have no idea who you're dealing with. Everyone in this town has the right to communicate with the outside world, regardless of the reason for this lockdown. I demand to know how my son, my daughter-in-law, and my grandson are doing. So you go back and talk to your commanding officer and convince him to be a reasonable human being, or I'll be contacting the state attorney general and then the press. By morning, there'll be a swarm of media here to wake you guys up bright and early." All right. Let me see what I can do." Stone left ear shit. Right. Let me see what I can do. Stone left earshot and spoke into his headset again. After moving his lips for a few words, he swallowed hard. He nodded in resignation. Lips for a few words, he swallowed hard. He nodded in resignation and returned to James's window. "My commanding officer refuses to speak with you and repeated my orders. I wish I could help, but my hands are tied." James glared and said, "You really don't know who I am, do you? Well, you and your commanding officer will know soon enough, as will whoever authorized this lockdown." He rolled up the window. He shifted into reverse, spun around, and threw the SUV into drive. He shot Stone one last glower in the rear view and floored the accelerator. The tires screeched and kicked up dust and pebbles as the vehicle sped north. He handed Noreen his phone and said, "Call Nate Murphy. If you don't get through, just keep trying until you do. He'll get through, just keep trying until you do. He'll get the word to the Associated Press that something big is going down in Mears County." All right. There we go. 725. Really, really good read on that. 000725. Ooh. All right. Keeping this same admittedly shitty posture for hours takes a toll, man. Takes a toll. All right. Save. Moving on to chapter 47. Just a few more to go. Oh, excuse me. All right. We just got an email. Let's see here real quick. We've got a voices job, and it's for in an insane budget. A mature, sage-like male voice with maybe a slight southern... All right, Sam Elliott. We got to go for it. Open session. Template 2. All right. You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Meet Symmetry Series Cactus Leather. Nopal Cactus. Transformed. You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Meet Symmetry Series Cactus Leather. Nopal Cactus. Transformed. All right. Copy this. We're gonna... You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Meet Symmetry Series Cactus Leather. Nopal Cactus. Transformed. All right. We're going to give him two reads. I think the second read is the better one there, but we're going to give him a little something different here. Cactus. Transformed. You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Meet Symmetry Series Cactus Leather. Nopal Cactus. Transformed.
Don't like that.
Transformed. You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Meet Symmetry Series Cactus Leather. Nopal Cactus Transformed.
No.
Transformed. You can't wander through the desert and expect to return unchanged. Meet Symmetry Series Cactus Leather. Nopal Cactus Transformed.
All right. That is different enough to be worth sending the second take.
You can't wander through the desert and expect to return.
There we go. Bounce this out, and we're calling this OtterBox. Vicuna 2024. I actually have an OtterBox case on my phone right now. Native Texan and military veteran. Boom. For the quote here, we're going to do 2290, right in the middle of their range. Already 8 responses. We were so fast on that response. But that's all right. Being in the first 10, someone with a budget like that, they're going to be listening to at least the first. We're going to get heard. That's all that matters. And that's the game on Voice123. We're going to get heard. You heard? All right. Back to it. This is like the ideal, like when you're in the groove doing audiobooks and sort of bounce back and forth between audiobooks and voiceover. I'd be curious if other narrators out there sort of get into this kind of groove of where you're working on your audiobook and then the email comes in to do a voiceover audition. You drop everything, do that, and then bounce back. It's helpful that it happened during a chapter break to where we haven't like broken our stream of consciousness here. But we're coming back into 47. We have to arm that track. We've got to remember to do that, but that'll be easy to do. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, back, arm. And here we go. 47. It was a quiet drive as James fumed and Noreen worried as she dialed non-stop for the next 40 minutes. She finally connected with Nate Murphy, the WNN's national news director, as they passed the Grayson River Reservoir near Walton's Landing. "How's it going, JR? "Sorry, Nate, this is Noreen. James is driving," she said as... Let's reread Nate.
"Grayson River Reservoir near Walton's Landing. How's it going, JR? "Sorry, Nate, this is Noreen. James is driving," she said as calmly as she could. "Well, it's nice to hear from you, Noreen." "Good to hear your voice, too, but it isn't a social call. James wanted me to call and let..."
Come on now.
"Too, but it isn't a social call. James wanted me to call you and let you know what's happening in Packer City." "All right, let me grab a pen." "Okay, go on." "Well, the whole area is locked down for some god-awful reason." "Uh-huh." "There's a roadblock north of town with at least 4 guards dressed in black and white camo carrying military rifles. We asked one what was going on, but he had strict orders not to release any information. He couldn't even tell us how the folks in town were doing, including Alex. He's homesick right now. That's the whole reason we came down this afternoon." "Yes, got it. Go on." "Well, yesterday I called Ryan only to learn our little Alex was under the weather. The strange thing is, Ryan told me that he, Suzanne, and Alex had just been released from a home quarantine the day before. Now, Nate... From a home quarantine the day before. Now, Nate, what I'm going to tell you next hasn't been released, but this quarantine business was related to the Melvin Anderson murder then... From a home quarantine the day before. Now, Nate, what I'm going to tell you next hasn't been released, But this quarantine business was related to the Melvin Anderson murder and the woman everybody's been looking for in connection with his death. After that woman up in Grayson, let's do a little more of a pause there. He's been looking for in connection with his death. After that woman up in Grayson found Melvin's body, the coroner believed our son was exposed to some kind of biological weapon. But Ryan told me the CDC ruled that out on Monday and lifted the quarantine. I feel bad telling you this. I mean, I promised Ryan I'd keep this on the hush-hush. Noreen, don't feel bad. Promised Ryan I'd keep this on the hush-hush. Noreen, don't feel bad. The public needs to know. Anything else? Yeah, there is. When my son didn't call this morning, I tried but couldn't get through. So James looked into it. Come to find out, all communication to Packer City was knocked out by a huge power surge this morning or yesterday. The phone company wasn't sure since nobody but me reported the problem. Got a question, said Nate. Yes. How is your son involved with Melvin's murder investigation? I know Melvin was a close family friend going back to when JR's father was a commando in World War II, but I'm not getting the connection here. Yes, Melvin was a very dear friend. So close we called him Uncle Mel. Well, by some freaky coincidence, my son was exposed to the suspect when he saved her after she drove Mel's Jeep into Lake Hotchkiss. That was Ryan? You gotta be kidding me. What are the odds? So let me get this. They won't release information about what's going on in town after all communication mysteriously goes down right when Packer City is locked down. Ugh, I was having buildup of saliva. So let me get this. They won't release information about what's going on in town after all communication mysteriously goes down right when Packer City is locked down by military contractors. Obviously, the communication blackout was intentional. I suspect higher-ups are trying to cover their butts before this situation blows up. I'll contact the AP and head your way as soon as my crew is ready. Thanks, Nate. You're a dear. I gotta tell you, the not knowing is just killing me. I can imagine. And don't you worry. In the next 24 hours, whoever's responsible for this will have no choice but to restore communication and let the public know what's going on in Packer City, because this is going worldwide. I'll see you soon. Yes, you will. And thank you, Nate. Noreen hung up as James pulled into a gas station next to an all-night diner in Grayson. James got out, pumped gas, and looked west towards Walton's Landing. Toward, not towards. It matters, people. Next to an all-night diner in Grayson. James got out, pumped gas, and looked west toward Walton's Landing. He looked tragic, as if he might cry. He inhaled deeply, exhaled, and replaced the nozzle. What did he do? Tragic, as if he might cry. He inhaled deeply, exhaled, and replaced the nozzle. Replaced the nozzle. Holy. He inhaled deeply, exhaled, and replaced the nozzle. He inhaled deeply, exhaled, and replaced the nozzle. He got into the BMW and parked. Noreen, let's get a bite. She nodded and said nothing as they headed into the quiet diner, ordered burgers and fries, and ate. When they finished, Noreen waited in the Beamer while James went to the mini-mart and picked up supplies to last through Friday's trip to Breckenridge. Let's do it here. The Beamer while James went to the mini-mart. And picked up supplies to last through Friday's trip to Breckenridge. He got in and handed Noreen 2 plastic bags. Should we get a motel for the night? She asked. No, I say we head south so that we can... And handed Noreen 2 plastic bags. Should we get a motel for the night? And handed Noreen 2 plastic bags. Should we get a motel for the night? She asked. No, I say we head south so we can be there when the circus comes to town. All right, let's do it. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight anyhow.
Ooh, can you hear that? That's got to be a Harley. There are people out there who need the organs, so I guess it's okay. Before any of my bikers come in here giving me shit, I've lost family on motorcycles. I know what it's like. But goddamn it, I'm doing an audiobook here. Priorities, people. We can be there when the circus comes to town. All right, let's do it. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight anyhow. On the drive south, I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight anyhow. On the drive south, the highway was a dark, lonely tunnel. The silence deafened until they reached the roadblock. There they slept little, and when they did, uncomfortably, until dawn. There we go. All right. 0007. Okay. Now we're skipping ahead to 49. This will be a super short chapter. 3 minutes is the estimate. 49. It's so crazy. Like this book is 96 chapters, and so being on 49, it's tempting to think like, oh no, we're not even halfway done. But recall that statistically half those chapters roughly are done by our narrating partner, but practically speaking, there's a huge section of chapters that our narrating partner is doing. So we're nearly done with this whole book already, even though we're only on chapter 49 out of 96. We're nearly done. Feels good. Feels good. Because I gotta start prepping the next project, which will be super, super fun. All right, 49, only going to be 3 minutes, so let's get into it. Boom. Oh, wait, we're going to have to bring this up. 48, skipping that. 49. So what are we missing here? Mary Crabclaw tried to stand, but tripped over her mother and fell into the stand. Okay, so 48 is a flashback that I guess covers Mary's initial abduction by the bad people. A little bit of a Stranger Things kind of vibe with 11. Ryan gazed into a snow sorcerer holding a crystal ball. I love it. It makes me think of the meme. All right, really short. This is sort of Ryan's experience of the same flashback, I feel. So we're good to go here. Let's come back to our stopwatch. Clear, space, text, Pro Tools, go. Damn it. All right. Clear, space, text, Pro Tools. 49. 49. Ryan. I can see, oh my God. These trucks, man. It's crazy. Just crazy how loud they are. And when you're out there on the road, like the truck, like it is truly insane because we live sort of, there's like the one stoplight in the whole town is like a little bit up the road. And so vehicles, like the traffic sort of piles up right past our house. And some of these big giant construction vehicles they're accelerating from 0. And so they're like, yeah, it's a lot. Or they're slowing down to stop at the stoplight and they're using their engine brakes like dickheads. All right. We're going to do this for real now. 49. 49. Ryan gazed into a snow globe like a sorcerer holding a crystal ball, but the snow had melted into rain. Inside was the scene of his encounter with the woman of his nightmares, the lady from the lake. The lady from the lake. Encounter with the woman of his nightmares, the lady from the lake. 4 contractors clad in black and white camo, wearing black berets, stood between his wounded truck and the ruined elk. Each carried a carbine. The men walked in lockstep to the road's edge.
They gazed down the steep embankment to the dark water. The orange jeep was sinking on the steep embankment to the dark water. The orange jeep was on the steep embankment to the dark water. The orange jeep was sinking slowly. The fire team descended the steep cliff with deliberate. The orange jeep was sinking slowly. The fire team descended the steep cliff with deliberate grace and stepped into the water. They treaded slowly, ominously, sinking no deeper than their knees, toward the jeep, which took on water but refused to sink further. The bloody-faced woman in the driver's seat was conscious and increasingly panicked as the fire team grew. Come on. Go. But refused to sink further. The bloody-faced woman in the driver's seat was conscious and increasingly panicked as the fire team drew closer. She struggled to undo her belt, but it only tightened the more she fought. Her efforts turned frantic, erratic, as she banged windows that wouldn't break and worked door handles that wouldn't open. A loud Nokia ringtone made the fire team look up to the sorcerer outside the globe. Ryan looked up as well and saw a shadowy look up to the sorcerer outside the globe. Ryan looked up as well and saw a shadowy silhouette with a dark hand. The hand held a black cross with dangling white strings. He looked at his hands and elbows and saw a cross with dangling white strings. He looked at his hands and elbows and saw the cross with dangling white strings. He looked at his hands and elbows and saw the cross with dangling white strings. He looked at his hands and elbows and saw that cross with dangling white strings. He looked at his hands and elbows and saw that the strings were attached to him. The ringtone repeated once more. Ryan's eyes opened as he tumbled onto the floor. He scrambled toward the sound until he saw his phone under the small table. Until the ringtone, he thought the guards had taken it. He flipped it open. Okay. Look at that, almost to the second. All right, two more chapters. Oh, man.
Two more chapters. And that'll be chapters 51 and 52. And then that leads right into big, huge break for Teresa's chapters. She reads, what is that? 11 chapters in a row? Or is it 12? I think it's 12 chapters in a row. Holy. All right. God, I got a thing in my shoulder. God. There it is. All right. All right. Feeling good. Feeling good. Two more chapters. We can do this. We got our big boy pants on. Let's do some work here. That's been recorded. Let's scroll down to 51. We're going to move down. National Guard's away. We'll get to the girl later. Okay, so they nearly found Mary in her hotel. That's what happened in Teresa's chapter. Now we're in our chapter. And who... Okay, so this is going to be super emotional because this is when Ryan first speaks to his mom. All right. Okay, here we go. Stopwatch. And go. Go. 51. Well after dawn, September 13, 2007. Ebola, Colorado Containment Facility. Ryan raised the phone to his ear. Hey, Mom, he said shakily. Oh my God, are you okay? Hey, Mom, he said shakily.
Oh my God, are you okay? She asked. His lips quivered as his eyes welled. Don't worry about me. I have some real bad news. The worst. Alex, he's gone. He passed on Tuesday, not long after we spoke. I'm so sorry, he said in a whimper. Stunned silence was followed by hysterical screaming. When his mom could speak, she spat, God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! Those bastards! They knew! They knew! They knew, and they wouldn't tell me and James our Alex was gone. His mother rarely cursed, and if she slipped, it was never her Lord's name in vain. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I tried to call you, but the CDC told Dr. Boyd to take up our phones before I could.
All right, I'm doing too southern for Ryan.
Never her Lord's name in vain. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I tried to call you, but the CDC told Dr. Boyd to take up our phones before I could. And when I got back, there was no service. So the CDC did this? She asked bitterly.
Large vehicle driving by. Large vehicle. And we think it passed, okay.
C did this? She asked bitterly. I assume so, but I don't know. I did get the names of the two in charge. Dr. Albert Kane and this bitch. Sorry about the language. Her name was Antonia D'Amato. His mom seethed through the receiver. Don't you be sorry. And I'll remember those names. You better believe it, dear. She gathered herself enough to continue.
Burp, and also we're going to pause to see what that email is. Is it a new job? No, it's not. Leave me alone if you're not offering me millions of dollars. All right.
She gathered herself enough to continue.
Where is that?
She gathered herself enough to continue. Last night, your daddy and I learned the cell tower above Lake Hotchkiss. She gathered herself enough to continue. Last night, your daddy and I learned the cell tower above Lake Hotchkiss was tampered with. Nate Murphy, you remember Nate, don't you? WN. Above Lake Hotchkiss was tampered with. Nate Murphy, you remember Nate, don't you? WN. Tower above Lake Hotchkiss was tampered with. Nate Murphy, you remember Nate, don't you? WNN National News Director? Yeah, sure I do. Well, yeah, sure I do. Yeah, sure I do. Well, he confirmed that an EMP device was used to knock out the tower. Yeah, sure I do. Well, he confirmed that an EMP device was used to knock out the tower. There's even suspicion that a satellite serving your area was taken offline. That's being investigated as we speak. I still don't understand why the CDC didn't want information getting out. But Ryan Bear, I gotta know what happened to Alex. Did it have anything to do with that quarantine? I don't know. And I don't know why they wanted to keep this from the public unless it goes a whole lot higher than disease control. According to Dr. D'Amato, Alex died from a new strain of Ebola, and he wouldn't say... Alex died from a new strain of Ebola, but she wouldn't say how he got it. I mean, there's never been a case in Colorado or in the U.S. other than Reston. This is so messed up. It don't make any sense. You think that woman you saved has anything to do with Alex's death? She asked. I can't see how, and if so, why did the CDC lift the quarantine if they thought Melvin died of Ebola? I mean, of all things, especially if they thought they were incubating the virus. If they thought Melvin died of Ebola. I mean, of all things. If they thought Melvin died of Ebola. I mean, of all things, especially if they thought we were incubating the virus. To be honest, nothing makes sense anymore. Mom, I can't think straight. His voice. Mom, I can't think straight. Ryan's voice faltered. I'm tired and irreparably broken. Alex is gone, and all I have left is Suzanne and you guys, and these... He pursed trembling lips and chose words he'd feel comfortable uttering in church. These people only made it worse by keeping Suzanne and me apart. I'm sure it was out of spite for what I did to those guards. What happened? Well, when they tried to take Suzanne, I lost it and beat the crap out of 2 of them. They shot me with tranq darts. Can you believe it? The police and military don't even use those on people. And before that, they really shot Eugene Lee when he tried to escape after they told us not to leave. He lost a lot of blood. I don't even know if he's still alive. I doubt it. I know he's a terrible person, but whether he deserved it or not, they didn't have to shoot him when they could have restrained him or tranked him like me. Oh, my Lord Jesus, this is beyond the pale. Just crazy. Don't you worry. Your father will make those responsible pay for what they done to you, Suzanne, and our family, and everyone else in Packer City. Mom? Mom, you there? He looked at his phone. It was dead.
A little too dramatic on that.
There? He looked at his phone. It was dead. He tossed it across the unit and let his face fall into his hands. His mind began cycling. Why didn't you save him? The lady from the lake, what happened to her? Is she safe? Why didn't you save him? The lady from the lake, what happened to her?
Okay, we're repeating here?
The unit. Why didn't you save him? His mind began cycling. Why didn't you save him? The lady from the lake, what happened to her? Is she safe? Why didn't you save him? The lady from the lake, what happened to her? Is she safe? Why didn't you save him? The lady at the lake, what happened? Get out of my fucking head! He screamed.
Screamed. I hate when the speech tag says, like, screamed, and it's like, I'm not going to scream that. And also, we clipped. You can see it right there. There it is. That's the telltale you have clipped, sir. So we're going to have to reread that anyway. So let's just bring up the text. We've got it.
The lady at the lake, what happened? Get out of my fucking head! He screamed.
We might keep the original he screamed. Let's listen to the difference here.
Fucking head! He screamed.
Yeah, we'll keep that one. Let's see what's going on here. What do we got? Duncan incoming. Red alert. Stop everything. Let's see here. We gotta do this last chapter. We gotta. So that we feel like we have been productive today. So let's go here. Chapter 52. Another 9 or 10 minutes. Okay. Back with General Adamson. General Adamson is a fun character to read, so that'll be fun. Let's mark the time here, 7:58 on this chapter. 07:58, almost to the second. 4 seconds short of the time here, so this should be close to 9 minutes, 40 seconds. So, all right, last chapter of the day. Almost 3 o'clock, so we're going to go over our normal stream time, even though we started hours early. We're We're such big boys. We're so productive. All right, here we go. Boom. 52. 9 a.m. Hello. 52. 9 a.m. 9 52. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, September 14th, 2007. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. General Adamson nervously doodled on the pad in front of him. It calmed him. He had to remain calm since war was out of his mind at the moment. He really needed his old friend, but the benefactor's son did not say when he would return. So Adamson doodled. Always the same thing, a double-crossed ankh in various sizes, but always ornate and reverent, and always in red. It was the symbol of his benefactor, for whom he had not reverent and always in red. It was the symbol of his benefactor, whom he had not pleased. Plan A had failed, and Destiny had been unable to change what she had foreseen, namely that Mender's mother would force him to move on to messier Plan B. One would think that finding Mary in her fog would be simple. Go to the eye of her storm. But according to Farseer's eyes, the fog was amorphous, constantly changing, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Still, Destiny and D'Amato suspected Mary was somewhere around town, hiding for Phil. Possible to pinpoint her. Possible to. I need to reread. Impossible. I thought I. Amorphous, constantly changing, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Still, Destiny and D'Amato suspected Mary was somewhere around town. Let's reread that whole thing again. Amorphous, constantly changing, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Still, Destiny and D'Amato suspected Mary was somewhere around town, hiding for fear of killing more innocents while on the run. Adamson doodled harder as he pondered why the hell the benefactor insisted on snatching Mender and Mary together. Why the silly game? It made little sense, and while Adamson was a good soldier, he craved better understanding. Put your questions. He craved better understanding. Put your questions on the shelf. Have faith, said War inside his head. War's abrupt return jarred Adamson and made his pen stray and ruin a near-perfect double-crossed ankh. My father has a greater plan than your mortal mind can possibly understand. Adamson quickly cleared other disparaging thoughts. Ah, you're back. Praise be Marduk. And yes, I know, I just wish... Faith, said War. Perfect double-crossed ankh. My father had other disparaging thoughts. Cleared other disparaging thoughts. Ah, you're back. Praise be Marduk. And yes, I know, I just wish... He blurted, then awkwardly pursed his lips, somewhat embarrassed, hoping Fossum had not heard him talking to himself. He continued, I mean, I wish he would confide in me like you do. Maybe he will in the aging of Timothy, but even I, his most favored son, am not privy to all his machinations. Machinations, I think, is how I'm going to do that. There's different ways to pronounce it, but I think machinations is usually what I fall on.
Will in the aging of Timothy, but even I, his most favored son, am not privy to all his machinations. Yes, of course. I will remain his loyal servant and not ask questions I do not need to know. Good, good, said War inside his head. Adamson relaxed and put down the blood-red pen. He leaned back, and he and War thought about the previous day's disappointments together. The National Guard, who Adamson was compelled to deploy, had entered Packer City from the north. When they arrived, his mostly good soldiers were nowhere to be found. The lab's RVs had left the area headed south an hour before. Witnesses had reported seeing them driving through Silver City, but he was the only mortal who knew where and how they went from there. Once the town was secured, National Guard members released the town sheriff and his staff. Since the lockdown began, they had been held not so released the town sheriff and his staff. Since the lockdown began, they had been held not so nice and very cozy inside the historic courthouse made famous by the trial of Dr. Morgan Bell, a fine soul he'd gotten to know and who they both respected. Before war's return, Adamson had watched to know and who they both respected. Before war's return, Adamson had watched Sheriff Peter Maxwell's statement concerning the ordeal. It was a bit rude that his good shoulder Maxwell's statement concerning the ordeal. It was a bit rude that his good soldiers had Maxwell's statement concerning the ordeal. It was a bit rude that his good soldiers left them crammed like sardines without food and water, and, as Sheriff Maxwell was quoted after his relief, like sardines without food and water, and, as Sheriff Maxwell was quoted after his release, those bleep didn't even leave us a bucket. He and War chuckled at the memory. Once Sheriff Maxwell and his staff were freed, they resumed their normal duties within the quarantine perimeter, and, as such, Adamson lost his implants audio and visuals. Now he had to rely solely on news reports and words from subordinates. Since then, all but 4 National Guard members had returned to Fort Con. Reports and words from subordinates. And words. Implants audio and visuals. Now he had to rely solely on news reports and words from subordinates. Since then, all but
stomach made a noise.
Reports and words from subordinates. Since then, Since then, all but 4 National Guard members had returned to Fort Ports and words from subordinates. Since then, all but 4 National Guard members had returned to Fort Carson. The 4 who remained guarded the roadblocks at the north and south sides of town. The other 2 barricades were dismantled. The previous evening, the curfew was rescinded, but it was unnecessary. No one much felt like getting out, especially after residents and visitors learned the area had been sealed due to an Ebola outbreak. That was a good choice, said War inside his head. Why, thank you, thought Adamson. Coming from you, that means a lot to me. I thought about a hemorrhagic flu to explain the Mender boys' bizarre... Coming from you, that means a lot to me. I thought about a hemorrhagic flu to explain the Mender boys' bizarre... Coming from you, that means a lot to me. I thought about a hemorrhagic flu to explain the Mender boys' bizarre demise, but that is so last century. That made War laugh. Yes, the public needs something more exotic to sink their fears into. And from the media buzz, my father will have his 3 weeks to sink their fears into. And from the media buzz, my father will have his 3 weeks to make sure Mender is fully ripe for the reaping.
Okay. There we go. 906 on that. 0906. And there we go. We're going to open this door here. Ooh, buddy. Recover some oxygen and hopefully some sanity. And let's see here. All right. So I'm going to edit until Duncan arrives. because I'm a bit hungry. I'm a bit thirsty for something other than just this stanky old water. Though I am thirsty. Ooh. Holy, do I really have this many chapters to edit? No, it's not that many. We got an email. Oh God, is it a voiceover? It is. Let's look at it. I'm going to have to shut this door and actually start doing voice here. $400 budget. Sounds commanding and speaks from experience. Here's a simple truth. All right. Open recent. There we go. Yes, save. All right. So we're going back. We're going to do another audition because that's our job. All right. And close the door. Grab this. Here's a simple truth for the unchanged. Now there's a truck. Oh my God. Here's a simple truth for the unchanged, the unrealized. Every action you set in motion, an opposite force. Let's read the whole thing again. Here's a simple truth for the unrealized. Here's a simple truth for the unchanged, the unrealized. Every action you set in motion, an opposite force is pushing against you. Nothing. Force is pushing against you. Nothing comes easy. It's built, tried before it becomes true. But force is pushing against you. Nothing comes easy. It's built, tried before it comes true. Here's a simple truth. Let's give him a second read here. It comes true. Here's a simple truth for the unchanged, the unrealized. Every action you set in motion, an opposite force is pushing against you. Nothing comes easy. It's built, tried before it comes true. Okay. We're going to actually put that one first. I like that. It feels more like, I have a feeling that this is based on the title and the copy here, this is some kind of workout program or maybe piece of equipment or something. Before it comes true. Here's a simple truth for the unchanged, the unrealized. Every action you set in motion, an opposite force is pushing against you. Nothing comes easy. It's built, tried before it... All right, here we go. Bounce this out. The Strength Project. Okay. The Strength Project. There we go. Reply. Directed. 400. Love it. Here we go. Strength Project. 8 responses already in line. There are exactly 8 people out there who are faster than me every time. Let's go, guys. Give me a break. What's this email? It's not related. Okay. So, we did it. We did our audition there. So we can get back to editing our audiobook here. And again, we're going to edit audiobooks until our Duncan arrives, which could be any second. But I do want to make sure that we're leaving on a good point here. So back to where we were here. We need to edit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 chapters. It's going to go so quick. The chapter edits are super fast. Starting with chapter 46, which we've got right here. Make it big. Here we go. 46. Let's make this a bit taller so that I can more accurately gauge what's going on. That actually looks about right. Make the first cut, save. We're going to copy this. I'm pretty sure this one has no subheader. Okay. And we're ready to go. Actually, we need to make Pro Tools more bigger. All the way to full screen. Do that. All right. luxury having all of this space. Let's go to the stopwatch here. Clear. And then we're just going to go. Boom, boom, boom. Grabbing you two. And now we tab and drag. That's fine. There we go. It's so funny, like, I guess, does the phrase, when it rains, it pours? I guess it's usually, I don't know. My lady said that that's usually, like, a negative connotation. Like, when one thing bad happens, a lot of bad things happens. But I like to use that phrase for, like, when good things are happening. Like, sometimes, you know, you'll be waiting on something good to happen, or you'll be waiting on work, or whatever. But, like, I tell you, sometimes, man, when it rains, it pours, and just like all of these cool things are happening. So I'm feeling good. I'm not trying to brag or anything. I'm just trying to express gratitude, you know? Things are going well, and I'm feeling grateful right now. So just putting that energy out there into the world. 000505 is the length on this chapter. So that's 46. Actually, I need to bounce it out. Did I already do that? I guess I did. So let's open Positron and drag in 46 right here. I don't think we're going to do the pickups today, but we're just going to get them all loading in and then call it a day. Fit, drag you down, come back to the beginning. Do a cut here. This one also has no header.
It was a quiet.
Yep. Here we go. Save. Alt-tab over here to the stopwatch. Clear and hit space. Done. And done. Here we go. Drag you. And tab and drag. Tab and drag. Tab and drag. And my phone just lit up, so maybe that means Duncan is here. But I think we're going to edit what we've got anyway. And iced coffee can wait. You know? It can wait. And that's that chapter done. So as soon as we stop the timer, we'll see what this is about. Cool. Duncan is here, but it's in the fridge, and so we can continue working here. Let's grab everything, do that, bounce you out. Chapter 47 is correct. Bounce you out, come back to here, and go, okay, 50 goes here, 0, 0, 0, 0, 50. And then here, the length is 0, 0, 0, 4, 58, not 48, damn it. Wait, 58, Jesus Christ. Definitely running low on oxygen, man. My O2 sat, holy. For any gamers out there, I like to play games, but I do feel like I had been a little bit in a slump the last, a couple of months. I hadn't, like, I'd play a game and like, I just like, I hated it. Like, I've been trying to get through the Mass Effect trilogy, and I just hate it. I don't get what everybody sees in this series. I just don't get it. But I'm like forcing myself to get through it because everyone's like, oh, the story, the characters, the story. I'm forcing myself to get through it. And it's like, whatever. But then, like, I found this game called Abiotic Factor, and that shit is super fun. It's still very much early access. Is this another?
Ryan gazed.
All right, another no subheader. Abiotic Factor is just hella fun. Oh, God, I have to listen to this.
Woman of his nightmares, the lady from the lake.
Okay, that's fine. We are going to clean that up. Abiotic Factor is super fun. Been having a lot of fun with that. It's like It's a multiplayer or single-player sort of Half-Life Project Zomboid. I didn't play Project Zomboid, but a lot of people say it's got pieces of Project Zomboid in it. It's just like, your open world survival craft, but the world isn't super open. You're actually in a lab complex, sort of like vibes of Half-Life in there for sure with that. And like all the experiments, all their research has all gone wrong. Everything's breaking containment. Lots of SCP influence, if you know what that is. And it's just really fun. Like all the mechanics of the game feel really good, and it's been a good time. I'm still playing a fair amount of Phasmophobia here and there. I started playing. There's a new, it's a remaster of an old one, but Paper Mario. I've been playing the old 1,000 Year Door. Haven't played much of it, but it's one that I didn't play because I never owned a GameCube, and I think that one's a GameCube era. So that one's fun. Let's see here. 2 more chapters. And these are each going to take, again, like maybe a minute to edit. So let's jump into it. Or wait, what have I got here? We've got 47 and 49 to drag in, and we can drag in multiple at the same time. So there they are, 47 and 49, and that is right? 47 and 49 means 47 and 49. Yep. And then the next ones are 51 and 52. So that it is right. Okay, let's bring up stopwatch, hit start, and start editing here. Does this one have
51? Well after dawn, September 13.
There we go. And we're tabbing and dragging. Tabbing and dragging. Seems to be a bit of noise here. Let's hear it.
Hotchkiss was tampered with. Nate Murphy.
It's fine. Again, once my EQ, my mastering stack gets through with it, a lot of that noise gets taken care of. If I can't hear it on these headphones at this volume, totally good. Totally good. And then I think this one's good. We'll check that in just a second. Right? Yeah.
Get out of my fucking head, he screamed.
Yep, that's good. There we go. Bounce this out. It is indeed chapter 51. Let's go over here. That's 59 seconds. I told you it was going to be a minute. 00, 00, 59. And the length of this chapter is 0005, 15. And drag this into positron. There we go. And now on to chapter 52. Fit. Cut here. And then is this
9 a.m. East?
This is a subhead, right, because this is Adamson's chapter. All right. Last chapter to edit, and then we're done for the day. Ooh, buddy. Okay. Start, delete, drag, drag, bringing in the short silence, scrolling until we find the long silence, and pasting in our 2 seconds there, and moving on. All right. Book 10 of the Lunar Free State series, just released not long ago. Listen to this transition.
Of Timothy, but even I.
That's good. The Lunar Free State series is a really fun sci-fi series. That was sort of my first big series pickup, and I've narrated 9 books in this series so far. The author's original plan was to stop at 10, and 10 just released, so I'm curious to know if this really is the end of the series. It would be very sad if that was the case. Let's listen to this.
You, that means a lot to me. I thought about
That's good. The author has written I don't know if I would call it a novella, but a shorter novel in the same universe that's sort of not part of the mainline series. So I'm wondering if he's going to keep doing that or if he's going to spin off like a mini side series or something like that. But even if I'm not the primary narrator for some of those other things, like it's been really cool to be involved with some of that. 000114, and the duration of this is 000519. Okay, and then let's upload that to Positron. Here we are, 52, right there into Positron. But yeah, that book will probably be, I would imagine it's going to go into production in, God, it would have to be late July. That's how far ahead I'm booking out. So a lot of stuff going on. We're going to have to look at chapter 60. We might have a split chapter here or there, and that'll be a fun and interesting little project. But we'll come back to that and check on it tomorrow, and we'll do some of that live on the stream for sure. So that is going to be it. This is just over 4.5 hours on the stream today. So for anyone creeping through and looking at the vids, the VODs later, I hope you got something out of this, because I certainly did. I got a hell of a lot of work done today on this very long stream. I am going to go inside and I'm going to drink my delicious Dunkin' iced coffee, and then spend some time with the family. So I hope that you're doing well. I hope that your voiceover auditions are going well. Please let me know. Leave a comment on YouTube. I look at and I respond to all the comments that come in, so feel free to do that. Hit a like and a subscribe, especially if you've been watching for 4.5 hours. Hit a like and a subscribe. If you would like to pay me to talk for you, head over to veteranaudio.com, and you can find my contact information right there, and you can shoot me a message, say hello, and tell me how much money you're going to give me to talk for you. Otherwise, we'll see you again on the stream. I'll be live tomorrow from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern is the scheduled stream, but who knows? Maybe I'll feel like doing this again tomorrow, getting up a little early and getting to work early and knocking out some narration, because it would be super cool if we could finish this audiobook tomorrow. But we'll see how that goes. But thanks for stopping by. Love you all so much, and good luck on your auditions, and we'll see you next time, all right? Thanks.